The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, are we there okay? How's the volume sounding? I had a wee bit of a niggle. PC went and boot up for some reason. Probably because of the last Windows update, right? Purple Pixie, how are you this Saturday? Yeah, I'm okay. Going to be raped Friday by the dentist because I got to go and see him. Got some sort of problem happening with the teeth again, which normally costs an arm and a leg. If I haven't got the money, so I'll just put it on credit card as usual. Forever paying back the bank. Yeah, so we'll see how we go today with the eyes. And wearing the glasses magnifies it, but does do your head in after about 4 hours. I don't think you meant to wear them that long, but we'll see how we go. Been getting used to it for the last 3 weeks now, is it? 4 weeks, something like that. So we're covering various topics today. Even got the browser up yet. Got to open it up. Okay, so we're doing the 1952 DC UFO flat to the so-called slides that may have picked them up on 1952 as well from California. So yeah, they put out final report on that, so we'll be going through it in lay terms. There's been a lot of debate with it this week. Also more crap to do with Atlas. More on what's the other thing? Crop circles stuff that's doing the rounds again. People are using AI to decode patterns and putting all the pseudoscience back into it again, so people believe it all. So I'll go over that. Yeah, Liz, how's it going? Plus, we get to finish off that paranormal stuff too. So it's called the. Is it scrolling up? Yep, it's called the Palomar Observatory Anomalies that they captured on 2 slides. Anyway, so we'll get that going in a minute. Just post up usual admin stuff here. And we should be ready to go. Yeah, I don't know if the latest Windows update that's meant to have added 173 holes has affected the computer somewhat. But I heard that Microsoft managed to stuff up solid state drives that they wouldn't boot and corrupted them all and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know how they managed that feat, but hopefully it's not on my system, that patch. I don't know. Scary. I think it might be only Windows 11 it affects, so that's probably another reason not to dash to Windows 11. I think I'll stick with Windows 10 for some while. In fact, you can actually subscribe to various sites to keep getting updates anyway for Windows 10. And Microsoft even asked for $30 a year to provide the updates to you at cost. But other sites will upload it to their system and you can get it free probably. So I don't know if I really care about the updates. Just be careful what you do online, really. Apparently there was a massive flaw in the fax driver of all things. So I don't know how the hackers managed to activate that one. 0-day hack. But they couldn't plug it in time for the latest patches, so they simply just decided to tell the system to delete it. So I don't know if anyone uses the old fax system anymore anyway. We've got this Brother printer that's also a scanner and telephone answering system all in one. They don't charge you too much for it, but like $100 New Zealand, which is probably like 50 US, they charge you an arm and leg for the inks for it. They charge a lot for money for the inks. That's how they make their money. A bit like those shellac, what do they call it? The razor blades that you get, where you got to change them every couple of weeks. It's money for nothing, right? So yeah, we're up and running, I think. I've got to pin that. Plus, you know, we've got the usual politics happening on the web and X about US and Trump hating. It's never ending. Trump likes to stir him up, that's for sure. He's having a fun time. And they bite into it, don't they? Okay, I don't think we've got too many unpilled yet, have we? Pilled's dying off again. Only says we've got one watching at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's working. Rumble, how are we going on that? Only got one there too, it reckons. Let me just update that. I gotta check it. Yeah, it says one there. They keep changing the code, you see, so you just don't know when it's going to go wrong. But I think YouTube's up, that's the main one. Yeah, looks like Pilled is working, but just no one around today. So we got daylight savings that kicked in a couple of days ago, I think, in UK. So that might stuff up a few people. I think you lose another hour, don't you? Not sure if I need my folder open or not. No, I don't think so. Okay. Alright, so let's start it off. So you might be able to recall, I think I've got slides here. You might be able to record that they got some slides from the 1950s at the California Observatory, which showed 3 unknown blobs on the slide. And it doesn't look much, right? So they just compared it to the usual stars expected and then saw a couple extra blobs on it. And it happened to be on the same date as the 1952 July UFO flap, right? So it talks about it here, the 2 slides. So it looks like this cluster of 3 here disappeared. So the story goes, they did a report on it, and that girl, I'm not sure if her picture's here or not. A young, she's pretty pretty. But what's her name? Beatrice or something like that. Some strange old-fashioned name. Probably from an eastern country of some sort. But living in America. It doesn't say anything there. I didn't see a name mentioned. Yeah. So it doesn't say much on that one, does it? Okay, let's go back to this one. So Mick West has been onto it. Fighting with the usual Maverick guy. I guess that's the report that came out here. Does it have it? There it ain't. Beatrix Villa Mill. Doesn't say what country that's from though. Anyway. So instead of reading through all this crap, I'll just try and summarize it basically. So basically the report come back said these 3 dots appeared while it was in the dark side of the Earth, right? So it's not sunlit. So these showed up even while it was in the darkness, which means it can't have been sun reflecting off them. Also, she did the stats on other slide defects where they got little holes in the emulsion on the slides, so they're like glass slides with the special coating on it, which is a bit like paint, I guess, in a way, photo paint, and it can be scratched and lift off and creates holes. She said that these were too bright to be regular holes from normal slide things, so it had to be physical objects, and worked out it was meant to be like 42, I think it was, 1,000 kilometers away. Now the problem is, she said they are geostationary, so if this was stuff in the atmosphere or in space, it had to be moving in sync with the Earth, right? Bit like the moon. So, because the slides were 50 minutes processing. So that sort of does away with it being planes, high altitude balloons, because generally they're not in geostationary path, right? But you can't always rule that stuff out though, I think. But would you have 3 balloons together like that? Would you even have 3 UFOs, alien craft like that? And they would have to be heading away from the Earth or in geostationary orbit. But as they're heading away, they also got to be drifting with the planet. So if they're heading away, it doesn't sort of make sense. The other thing she found out, she said the defects showed up 2 days after, I think 1 or 2 days after nuclear blasts tested were happening. And that may give clue to what it might be actually. So I'll just go over that. But the nuclear blasts obviously create a lot of light and obviously goes way up to the edge of Earth. But it would only be an instant flash, so it couldn't be that causing it for 15 minutes, so you can rule out it being nuclear blast light. So it had to be something, had to be in orbit and geostationary, and before Sputnik, we didn't have satellites up there. But doesn't mean that we didn't have debris up there from Russian tests gone wrong, right? So we'll just go over here. So obviously there's been a lot of debate. So I come across this information here about nuclear tests, which is quite interesting. Just came across this information. Nuke tests could put steel plates into low orbit till drag pulled them down months later. So there was a Facebook post, and I didn't bother looking for any others. Whether it come up here, I don't know. So I guess I found a 2,000 pound steel plate. It was actually launched at an estimated 125,000 miles per hour during 1957 US nuke test. Physicists theorize this may have been the first man-made object to enter space months before the Soviet satellites. The plate was never seen again, creating one of the Cold War's greatest mysteries. So I'm not sure if that's the picture of the plate that got somehow launched up, or it's meant to be. I'm not sure if it's like a cap on a silo. So it's going down. So I don't know what's going on there. Bush. So I guess that's probably not the one that they did on a stand, but from a nuclear launch of some kind. Underground blast? I don't know. But it doesn't say anything there, does it? Let's see. What's it say here? Even before Sputnik, 1957. So maybe we found the plate in space with the photograph. And maybe it's split in 2 or 3 or whatever. Cold World mystery. Probably won't let me read them, will it? Oh yeah, it still is. So they reckon it's been thoroughly debunked here. Calculation speed. Vaporized like a comet. Vaporized in the atmosphere. But maybe he's wrong. The V2 rocket became the first artificial travel into space by crossing. Yeah. So, yeah, it could have been rocket tests. It could have been something like that, right? So we can't rule it out. You know, we don't know what the Russians were doing. But anyway, what happened there? What was that part off? Well, that was crop circles, yeah. Okay. Very bit too far forward. So let's see. So basically what's happening here with the debate. Maverick. So he's calling Mick West a pseudo-skeptic. I'm not sure what he means by that. Is he saying Mick West is not really a skeptic? Maybe he means pseudo-scientist. I don't know. Anyone understand that term? Mick West and his band of debunkers. He's certainly got a whole collection of people that like to figure out puzzles on his website, though.
Yeah.
And wants to come up with plausible theories for the 22 Omega deficient of glint. So that was what I was talking about, the stats they did. They run it through stats, and it was 22 from the norm, 22 omega, in stats terms. So talking about right on the extreme, unlikely to happen scenario that it could be a plate defect. So Mick West had to answer that. We'll go to the top here. What did we just get? We just got a sub from somewhere, did we? Okay, we've got Twitch. So let's just go through this. Oh, what did I just click? It's easy to click something, isn't it? Michael, what's that? Watching? No? Oh yeah, a little eye. I heard Crop Circle's got healing problems. Yeah, we hear lots of things about Crop Circles. None of it turns out to be peer reviewed. But anyway, we'll get into that. Nothing. There are 2 detailed threads on Metabug with months of discussion. Identify several issues and lines of possible investigation. It's a lot, so there's a AI summary below. So I suggested independent investigators like Metabug ignoring this is a bit silly, especially if you're not done with any work yourself. So the Metabug community conducted an in-depth skeptical analysis of pre-printed papers by Beatrix Valavrol and collaborators examining transcendent and vanishing objects in 1949 to 1957. Palomar blah 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 photographic plates. These papers suggest connections to artificial objects, sunlight reflections, nuclear tests, or unidentified anomalous phenomenon UAPs. Discussion across 2 threads. Prioritizing the mundane explanations like photographic artifacts over exotic claims. Below is a detailed synthesis ordered by Impact, tailored for a general scientific audience. Anomalies, likely photographic artifacts. Okay, brief star-like spots appearing on one plate but not others. Attributed to photographic emulsion flaws or digitization artifacts. So I discussed this with AI and I asked it, what's the chances that the scanner glitched? You know how the scanners go across with the thing, it's all mechanical. It has the light going across it and then it slides down as it's going at the same time. If that glitched like a slip in the cog or something, the light would be uneven at the point where there would be defects, right? So I said, were they rescanned in by on newer scanner by any chance, or have the plates been destroyed after being scanned? And no one's answered that, so I don't know what the answer is to that. But it makes sense, yeah. If you see, if you want to rule out defects, you just rescan it again with the plates and see if you get the same holes appear and the same brightness, right? Let's see. Argue the differences in image profiles. Seems to be a lot of worded stuff here. Glass plates were prone to scratches, dust, and chemical inconsistencies during development. Then it was digitized, right? And K highlights the long exposure plates, 10, 20 to 40 minutes, which show streaks for moving objects, not point-light transits, and stresses verify flaws in plates from copy and process. Leaky notes, degradation in plates copies could mimic transits, viewing the papers as a hit back with more data against blah blah blah, but still biased towards sensational claims. It doesn't talk about whether the plates could be exist if they looked at them directly with a eyepiece. Have they rescanned them in? None of that. So I don't know what's going on here in this summary. Statistic flaws, Kling's Lincoln transits to nuclear tests. UAP reports suffer from stat weaknesses. Papers use plus or minus day window around 124 nuclear tests. Blah blah blah. Non-random scheduling tests and plates were often taken on weekdays, invalidating assumptions of randomness and inflating correlations. So, what's that boil down to? This is meant to be the summary. This is meant to be the lay terms version. So large sample size, not predictive power, could correlate with unrelated events like holidays. Blah blah blah. Earth shadow hypothesis questioned. The papers proposed a definition of transits in Earth's shadow, implying sunlight reflecting objects like geosynchronous satellites predating human launches. But is it? I'm pretty sure we've been firing rockets up into the space for hundreds of years, right? Well, the Chinese have been shooting them up into the sky at least. Because they couldn't get a satellite to stay up in orbit, maybe there were some that did manage to get to pre-orbit and gradually, slowly slowed down and crashed back to Earth, right? So, who knows what happened before smuggling it. They would have had a lot of failed tests, I would have said, for... critical flaws using Earth shadow, G-hub, some sort of model thing. The shadow is modeled as a cylinder rather than a cone, and so they're saying the modeling is wrong here, by the looks of it. Blah 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 blah. Methodological biases and data issues. The reliance on noisy 1950s POS-1 plates without cross-verification from other observations, e.g. Lick or Yuki's, is seen as a bias towards ambiguous data that permits speculative UAP links. Mick West notes modern telescopes or radar would detect objects greater than 10 centimeters, making historical data a questionable choice, implying design to foster arguments for pre-satellite anomalies. Still, doesn't mean there isn't, doesn't it? So this is where you got to be the middle ground, right? So we've boiled it down to still man-made objects in space that reflected back light, maybe from the sun, or man-made objects that emitted their own light, whether it was some sort of experiment, or UFOs that were hovering around nuclear test sites in geostationary orbits, because there'd be streaks as well, right? They'd have to be moving in sync with the telescope that whole time. So what's likely to be the more favourable answer there? Obviously it's going to be man-made something, isn't it? Oskin's razor type thing, isn't it? So, as we know, the edge of space is like 100 kilometers, I think it is. The atmosphere goes continuously into space for a fair distance, right? It gets thinner and thinner because the Earth leaks gases, and it gets solar blasted. But we get like what is that? 50,000 tons, is it? So something ridiculous of space rocks adding to the Earth's surface every year. I can't remember, is it 50 tons or 50,000 tons? Let me just check. To be a super brain so you can store it all in your head. How many tons of space rock? We'll just call them space rock. Annually. Is it thinking? Is it not going to give me a simple answer? Tens of thousands of tons. But is it not going to give us an estimate? Oh, they reckon it's 5,000 tons. That's less than I've got from other AI. Alright, now it's adding it up. Okay, so it's making it more complicated. Meteorites is about 5,000 tons. Material including dust, meteoroids, and meteorites. Do we add it onto that, or is that included space dust? It's from 10,000 to 40,000, so I'm not too far off then. So yeah. So what's the difference between ton and tons? I think one's metric and one's not, isn't it? Did it answer it? Comes down to the system of measurement used and the exact weight. Okay, ton with an E on there is metric. Short for ton, imperial. Why can't the Americans catch up with the rest of us? I think UK's still on the old stuff, isn't it? Kilograms, yes. So it's slightly, American ton slightly less, so that means the metric one is actually more. So that's probably where we've heard 45 ton. How'd you say it? Tons without an E. Versus 40 tons kg. Okay, that makes sense. So that's max of 45,000 tons to 40 tons. Let's see if it's. It looks like it might be right. Getting Google thinking about it. This equals approximately 44 short tons. If you're referring to short tons, this would convert to approximately metric ton. Oh, that's what I'm saying, though, isn't it? Stupid AI. That's what I said. This is what it says up there, isn't it? Tons, and let's say it's 44. But really it's 45, so figure of represents a rough maximum. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's agreeing with me. Okay. Frustrating. Here we go, out the side here. What we got popping up here? Decode. Okay, someone wants to talk about the Atlas. We'll get to it in time. My information is bogus, is it? So Avi Loeb couldn't be bogus, right? We got some triggers on, have we? What space are you referring to? Oh no, not a flat earther. Flat earther. No human being has never gone higher than 73 kilometers. I think you might be wrong. I think you might need to look at the U2 plane. 3i Atlas. Okay. Well, since we got AI open on that, we could ask it. Actually, we can then scrape all the scientific papers. How has man been lighter? We call them lighter than air, which is balloons. I spelled it wrong here. Yeah, see what it says to that. I think there's one that had a capsule, went right to the edge of space even, wasn't there? I should have got rid of the E. Maximum height achieved by a person in lighter than aircraft helium balloon is 41 kilometers. 2014. How high? So that was a balloon. $70,000 feet. What's that in kilometers though? $21. Yeah, that makes right. Okay. How high is International Space Station? That's in low orbit. What did you say it was? 73 miles. So let's see what that comes back as. 250 miles. So that blows that 73 out the water, because we see it pass over every day. So wherever you're getting your information from, it's not from science, is it? How high do they call it high altitude planes go? I think there's actually a graphic chart you can look up, and it has all this on there. You think they would have offered a chart by now? Okay, let's give them sort of a chart here. Hobby weather balloon, 30 kilometers. Record being 40 kilometers. That's pretty good. Scientific balloons. NASA reached 48 kilometers. Unmanned world records. 51 kilometers. Man jump record, 41 kilometers. Ooh, they'd probably make you feel a bit queasy, wouldn't it, jumping from that? Commercial airliners. I think they go up to 50,000 feet now, don't they? But yeah, that reckons it's 13 kilometers. Edge of space, 100 kilometers. Yeah, I was right. It's hard to believe, you know, you go 100 kilometers from Christchurch downwards, you're in the next city. Is it Timaru or Dunedin? I'd have to look on the map, but it's hard to believe that small distance actually is at the edge of space. When does Earth's atmosphere disappear? So if this space station is at 250, I know that slowly gets dragged down and they have to keep pushing it back up. If they don't do that, eventually it falls from space back to Earth. So let's see what this says here. Gradual transition where the air gets progressively thinner. The carbon line, as they call it, most widely accepted conventional boundary for start of outer space. Why isn't it given distances? Oh, right, okay. Exosphere begins around about 1,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The disappearance in the exosphere, the gas molecules are so far apart they rarely collide. The geochrona, the furthest detected remnants of Earth's atmosphere, cloud of neutral hydrogen called geochrona, is extended up to 10,000 kilometers, about a third of the way to the moon. In summary, for legal and recording keeping purposes, space begins at 100 kilometers, the so-called carbon line, but the physical atmosphere gradually fades out. So how far away is the moon? And we know this because they landed on it and put a mirror on the surface that anyone can fire a laser at it apparently and get a reflection back from it. And all the naysayers can actually try it out for themselves apparently. 384,000 kilometers away. Yeah, so I think we've done our dash on that 73 kilometers being wrong. Let's just get back to where we want to get. So I won't be concentrating too much on decode, who seems to have a mental problem there. And I don't know, you sound like a madman on the side here, mate. Anyway, we're not going to pay any attention to you. I might have to mute you. Less comments, thanks. Okay, let's get back into it. If you want to go and talk conspiracies, go and join a Flat Earth channel or Goofon or someone like that. So where did we get to here? Implausible exotic explanations, artificial objects. Makes most nice lack of causal mechanisms linking transients to nuclear tests or UAP sightings. Efforts towards verification. Metabunk members have actively worked to verify claims Blah blah blah. Express interest in using full plates to recreate the papers. But have they got the full plates? Plate numbers, shared code for using Earth shadow, blah blah blah, correct version. So it doesn't really say if they got the plates or not. Just that they should be rescanned, which is what I've been saying too. No, Mick, the discussion is better here, where the world can watch how you mislead, cherry pick, speculate, and present with as fact. Have you tried it? An AI summary of foreign lay people. I don't know, they've got pretty clever people that know their maths there. Or you could just read the discussion. Several of the participants are far from lay people. Yeah. You can play the AI game all day. Here, ChatGPT exposes and dismantles your fellow pseudo-skeptics. What did he use? What AI did he use? The purpose of plausible theory for deficient of glint. Okay, looks like it's too much reading. What proof that Gnosis used a crazed cynical model that produced a 1.15 error? And hides the correct smaller one as false. So authors accurately show both the hemisphere. Okay, so it's amazing to me that it's been years and she's yet to actually physically examine the plates. So it sounds to me like the plates might be available and she hasn't gone and done it. Seems like a mistake there then, surely, to put out a paper without getting the plates and redoing it before putting out your results. Gary Nolan, first Metabunk is a loose collection of non-scientific lay people. That's not true. In my opinion, it's third-rate Facebook forum. I don't think he's right there. I'm certainly not a Facebook user, and I've got science degrees. So, but I'm not. Yeah, I had joined his website, but then he kept deleting my posts and decided it's a waste of time there. Metabunk patrols it worse than censorship Google. But anyway, so I'll post a link to that. You can have a read yourself amongst all that. Her report obviously is going to be a big one. I'm not sure I've even got a link to it. Is that the whole link to it there? No. So I guess there's a link to it somewhere. Let's just put this down here. 1952 UAPs on slide debate. So obviously that would be the next phase of it. Get the plates and rescan it. Okay, is it working? Yep, okay. That would be good though if it was proof of the 1952 UFO flyover Catable DC, right? But as usual, it's going to be impossible to prove it otherwise, right? Alright, where did it go to? So we're done with that one, and we're probably done with this. So 8:52 evening, photographic plate captured the light of 3 stars clustered together at a magnitude of 15. They're reasonably bright in the image. At 9:45, the same region of sky was captured again, but this time the 3 stars were nowhere to be seen. So in the 50-minute period, is it? Yep, give or take. And they disappeared. So what does that mean? They come back down, landed, went out into space somewhere. Stars don't just vanish, they explode. So they'd be longer on the slides, wouldn't they? Okay, we're done with that one. I suppose you could post that article as well. Star slides for 3 UAPs. So I'm not sure what you think of that out there, but still doesn't, to me, rule out UFOs at this stage. And it's more likely to be something man-made, isn't it? Because that was, what do you call it, Reds Under the Bed time period. Race into space and the moon landings. And of course Joe Merge is getting into it. So far the debunking efforts have been extremely weak and sloppy. Could the transistors featured in the work of Dr. blah 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 be spy balloons from Project Genetrix? These balloons operated between 50,000 and 100,000 feet. Well, I don't understand why it couldn't be. Because I know they were, they made the claim of the Roswell crash being some sort of high altitude balloon, didn't they? So could they had a high altitude balloon that fired off rockets that launched probes into space, or cameras into geostationary orbit from them? Might have been a way to do it without too much rocket fuel. As we've seen, they can go up quite high. 21 kilometers or something? So it needs to go up another 80 kilometers. But yeah, it does seem more plausible to be plate defects, I think. But unless they can get a rescan and prove it's still there and all that sort of stuff. The thing is here, it could rule out the balloons, because the balloons might not be high enough up to be in the way of the reference, right? But I said here it could be slide defects. Rescan, eliminate. Wrongly said 59 here for Spugnet. It was actually 57. But anyway, we've covered that. I think that's the update we just need to do on that for time being anyway. Of course, Mick West has talked about peer review versus replication. And I said, yeah, people hold too much in peer review. It has its problems. And science is about repeatable events with same signatures. If it flies like a duck and swims like a duck and quacks like a duck, still could be a mimicking parrot. As we know, the peer review only just looks at the maths used, the calculations, if they're correct, the methods, calculations, and the data, and assumptions, I guess. But yeah, finding a same type of slide where you can glitch the scanner, scan it to produce the same effect, that would debunk it as a defect then. But anyway, what was that bit underneath I posted? Oh yeah, about the Spugnet. Hey, I suppose we could look at crop circles. So there's stuff going around about new crop circles in 2025. I need to get a drink first, hang on. They're making the usual claims from the past, and so I talked about AI about it. So one of the mysteries was magnetized ion microspheres in the crop circles. Now, from what I can see here, as a breakdown of it and the problems with it. So I guess is it inside the stems they find the microspheres? So we'll go through that in a minute. What's the other thing? Basically the AI looked at the patterns, see how accurate they were, and compared it to the last 20 years of crop circles. And the latest one is more obviously detailed and accurate than the older ones used to be. But the board stompers claim or have proven that some of the complex ones they produced, they documented it and busted it open, but there's always this claim about the stalks not being broken in crop circles, and when the people use boards they find broken stems. It's not always perfect, but they said that a real crop circle has holes blown out in the joints, or they're elongated, but it turns out the elongation is because the crops are still growing, and because they've been trampled down, they tried to go back to the sunlight, and they do that by growing the nodes longer. And the ones that get blown out with the nodes here, I'm not sure what the board stomper's made of that one, but it can only happen if it was heated up. Of course, you can mention here pseudoscience. Bent nodes have been collected, photographed, analysed by different groups around the world. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is actually wrong. Turns out. We'll just go through what AI said about it all. So no bullshit on crop circles doing the rounds. I put my suspicions to the test with AI. Crop circle claim of sphericals soil. However, this claim lacks scientific credibility and has not been readily confirmed or independently replicated. Proponents of paranormal explanations for crop circles have claimed that unusual spherical particles were found in the soil at some of these sites. Claims regarding spherical particles. The claim was first published by a biophysicist, W.C. Levengood, who says that plants and soils inside crop circles showed physical anomalies compared to control samples. His work concluded that the plants within the formations were exposed to a burst of microwave energy, which has caused their stems to bend at the nodes without breaking. Also claimed that samples of the soil from crop circle contained an increased number of tiny spherical particles. So it says here soil, not actually in the crop circles. Based on this, some crop circles UFOs theorized that the spherical particles were evidence of extraterrestrial energy. Scientific debunking off the claim, the scientific community has widely dismissed the claims regarding spherical particles as lacking credible evidence and proper methodology. No independent replication. Scientists point out that the Levengood work was never independently replicated by qualified scientists under stringent double-blind studies. Circular reasoning. Critics argue that Levengood used circular logic as there was no independent confirmation genuine crop circle to test. His research assumed the formations were genuine and the findings were then used to prove their authenticity. Lack of scientific interest. The broader scientific community has shown little interest in crop circle soil analysis during the phenomenon as a widely debunked hoax. As one scientist noticed in 2016, many scientists are put off getting into crop circles because they are considered a crazy thing. The human origins of crop circles. The most widely accepted explanation of crop circles is they are created by humans as a form of art, hoax, or publicity stunt. This is supported by multiple facts. Confessions of hoaxers in 1991. Two men confessed to having started the modern crop circle phenomenon in England in the 1970s, but then people claim, well, they happen all over the world, but then there's a thing called telephone, fax, and internet, where people worldwide are interested in it and find out how to hoax it as well. So there are actually groups out there that actually do this, and they communicate with each other and create similar crop circles worldwide. Other hoaxers have demonstrated their techniques using simple tools like ropes and wooden planks. So it's amazing how accurate they can get with that then. Same as the pyramids, right? They keep saying it's aliens when really you've got to give more credit to the human mind that can come up with such clever ways to measure and complete things very simply and quickly. Response to debunking. When some refuse to believe Powder and Cloney, Chorley, or whatever his name is, the hoaxers began creating more complex shapes, including straight lines and squares, to show they could be deliberately manufactured. correlation with human activity. The vast majority of crop circles appear near roads, popular areas, and historical sites, suggesting humans' involvement. Vested interest. Skeptics have also pointed out geodologists, crop circle enthusiasts, have a financial incentive to make supernatural explanations to sell books and tours. Okay, so Crop Circle Wikipedia. So it's got various references listed there. So I said it's about fertilizers, because I know they add stuff to fertilizers. Also, fertilizer has added sphericals of iron so they can be debunked, is what I said to the AI. But next day it changed its mind on this. This offers a powerful debunking of paranormal claim that these particles are extraterrestrial in origin. The reason is correct. Fertilizers can and often does contain spherical iron particles, which is plausible, an entirely mundane explanation. Why fertilizer explains spherical particles correlation iron to ensure the plants can readily absorb iron. Fertilizer manufacturers often create chelated fertilizers. In these products, the iron is bound to a molecule called a ligand, which protects the iron from reacting with other soil components. These products can sometimes be in the form of small, controlled release spherical granules. So, yeah, I put that to it because I thought fertilizers are always going to be on crops. And what's in fertilizers? Nitrates and all sorts of additives nowadays. So I asked it about my two theories I had for making crop circles, and I was shocked to see that someone had already come up with the idea, or one of them anyway, before mine. So I had two theories on tools to make crop circle and asked AI about it. This is the chat. Also for stems, heating and exploding could be done with microwave wand powered from a bike battery and microwave generator in a backpack, or even a four-wheeled RV linked to a computer to pulse and bend the stems by GPS. This was first theorized by physicist Richard Taylor in 2011, which is quite amazing because I never even heard about anyone else having the same idea. In physics world, this is an excellent point and very plausible explanation that directly counters the claims of paranormal activity. Shows you crop circles. Why simple boards and ropes remain the most common and proven method used by hoaxers. Advanced equipment using microwaves and GPS is also technically feasible method for creating complex patterns. Here is an analysis of how a method could work and why it offers a powerful debunking. So yeah. A modern farm grade GPS unit could be linked to a computer with a design program loaded into memory. The user would simply walk or drive a vehicle through a field and the GPS would track their position with high accuracy. This would allow the precise placement of each bend or flattened section of crop. Portable microwave generators. Standard microwave ovens use a magnetron. When did they first come out? Was it 70s? Or was it 80s? So that means they could have got better at it. But apparently the boarding was done while the crops were still relatively green. So they can bend them over and they're not that dried out that they wouldn't crack. So that's choosing the fields properly before you did the hoaxing, is what they said was the key to bending it and not actually damaging the crop. As described by Richard Taylor, a magnetron can be extracted from microwave and powered by a 12-volt battery. So there you go. Great minds think alike. Exactly what I had. Heated and bending stalk microwaves can cause water molecules to vibrate, rapidly generating heat. And of course the microwaves also would be a clue to creating magnetized spheres. Apparently those sphericals and the crop circles were magnetized, but there are other reasons why they might be in the crop circles as well. It's because farm machinery is always being welded, and when you use welding flux or at microscopic levels, you get these little spheroids in the welds that gradually break off. But when you heat it up, it creates a magnetic field in the iron mix, apparently. So, but I still think the wand idea is actually would be a good way to actually do it really fast and complex, and it would have all the same characteristics of exploding nodes and the spheres, or whatever you want to call it, spherical substances they find. Of course, someone would have to make one of these wands and put it to the test, right? That's outside my skill set. But the scientists out there could do it, but probably, as the AI said, none of the scientists are really interested in doing that. But it'd be something like a TV show would do it, like Mythbusters or something, wouldn't it? Someone that's got the funding to do it, and the people. Anyway, goes on a bit there, talking about it. It's quite interesting. I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it all yourself if you want to. Crop circles with lasers and microwaves. I don't see how you could do it with lasers. Lasers sounds like a stupid one. I said, here's another ingenious and plausible idea for a high-tech crop circle hoax. A steam wand. And it said it's an excellent example of using simple physics to achieve the same effect as paranormal. Heating and softening. So maybe that's what they've got. They can definitely build those up because smoke machines have been around for quite a long time. Basically, it's like a core around a pipe, and you can use a windscreen wiper, and you can just pump water down it, it heats it up very quickly, and then it comes out as steam, which you can do with a battery, of course. Flashball, and they call it. So yeah, that's what it said. So that could explain that and that, where they've got little holes in it. However, today the AI says fertilizers are not the source here in the crop circles. So yeah, I tried the second day with some more links and stuff, and it's changed its mind that it could be from the soil, but more from tractors and stuff. Okay, I'll just get down to it. Balls of light. The questionable science of crop circles. Levengood concluded that these alterations were probably caused by a thermal mechanical effect due to a thermal expansion of the cell. The skeptical argument isn't that the crop circle makers or trackers are intentionally scattering magnetic spheres to mislead researchers rather than the discovery of microspheres is not considered reliable evidence of a non-human origin, because the particles can easily be introduced to a site through normal human-driven activities. Other mundane sources. The existence of the spheres alone doesn't prove anything supernatural. Skeptical explanation is not hoaxes, scattered spheres. The core of the skeptical argument is that the paranormal research itself, specifically the work of the BLT research team, is flawed and unrepeatable. The claim that the magnetic spheres are of meteoritic origin is based on shady foundations. Contamination is a simple explanation. Skeptics have long argued that the mundane sources can explain the presence of microspheres. For example, could be from industrial fallout, residue from farming equipment, or simply present in the soil from various other common sources. Replicated in a lab. In a significant debunking effort, students at MIT demonstrated that magnets, microspheres, could be created artificially using simple methods such as taking a microwave emitting component, a magnetron, and using it to generate particles. This proved that the spheres were not a magical extraterrestrial signature. The bigger picture of the debunking effort, the magnetic spheres claim, is just one of many so-called anomalies that have been systematically debunked. Circularity of reasoning. We've been through that already. In essence, argument is the presence of magnetic spheres isn't a solid mystery. You are correct that isotopic analysis is a powerful tool for distinguishing materials with different origins. But it's saying here they failed to actually... the BLT never submitted their samples for this level of independent high precision isotopic scrutiny. Without such analysis, their claims are just speculation and not taken seriously. So yeah, so all the claims you're hearing that they say, they didn't actually do the tests on it. They're just assuming it was meteorite material without actually proving it by the sounds of it. So I said here there's mention of magnesium alongside iron in the discredited Crop Circle research. Does not change the skeptical conclusion, it simply adds another layer to the flawed methodology and confirms the mundane contamination is a more likely explanation. So yeah, the Crop Circle research doesn't stand up. There's another one. So I took one video and asked the AI about it. The host begins playing a clip about crop circles. Section about AI states that artificial intelligence was turned loose on decades of crop circle footage for the first time in 2025. The AI uncovered impossible mathematical precision, fractals and alignments and patterns that had previously been dismissed as hoaxes. These alignments were so exact that they could connect modern formations to ones carved in England fields over 20 years ago. The findings suggest the patterns were created by an intelligence. The clip later discusses how the AI detected invisible construction lines hidden within the geometry of the crop circles, which were critical to the layout but invisible to the naked eye. the plants in 2025 formation were all folded at exactly 51 degrees, a variance so tight it ruled out human error. Reoccurring mathematical patterns and sequences spanning decades, suggesting a long-term design or message unfolding slowly across decades. Other ideas in the video: psychological warfare. The video clip itself presents a major twist, arguing that the phenomenon is less about physics or aliens and more about social engineering. Crop circles were a training ground, a beta test to study the public's reaction. The intelligence agencies couldn't stop the phenomenon, so they instead studied the reaction by giving the public just enough evidence, like the complex designs, but never enough to conclude, causing society fracture in camps. The complex designs which the AI validated are framed as part of an engineer's psychological warfare campaign to plant uncertainty, counterclaims and more. Okay, the GPS position counterclaims. So that's kind of strange. So now they're not saying that the crop circles is aliens, that it could be some sort of CIA plot to fund the crop circle making, to try and fool people worldwide to see how they react and sort of study them and also manipulate people thinking. I suppose that's a fairly interesting concept that you can't rule it out, I guess. That we're being fooled to be programmed. But you could say the same for aliens, right? Aliens might be doing that too. Yeah, no, they call it screen memory, right? Doesn't mean that the government's not doing it to us through advertising and stuff. The argument that humans can create these complex designs with high precision using modern technology is well established. GPS computer design physicists and skeptics acknowledge GPS lasers. I suppose they're talking about lasers, like instead of using rope, they can use lasers now. But would you need lasers? I suppose if you were doing it by foot, by hand, you would. But maybe if it was like a thing you drive around with the wand out the side, you wouldn't need lasers, because it would keep track of it with GPS on the computer, wouldn't it? Replicating complexity. The core challenge to the mysterious origin camp is demonstrating that known human methods using planks, ropes, and modern survey tools can replicate the most complex designs. Many human teams have done this, including those who have come forward as hoaxers, proving complexity is not unique evidence of the unknown. The microwave, steam wand, and plant damage counterclaim the anomalies. The more challenging aspect that your microwave wand idea addresses is alleged biophysical anomalies found in some crop circles, particularly those noted by researchers like BLT team. Alleged anomaly conventional explanation: microwave wand, bent unbroken stalks, flattened young ropes. This is meant to be like a table, I think. It's messed it up a wee bit. Flattening young crops at a base joint node, or natural result of the plant's attempt to regrow. Phototropism. Spherical portable direct energy source like a magnetron from a microwave oven powered by a battery could rapidly heat the plants, turning moisture, superheating the nodes and causing them to expand and fall over without breaking the stalk. blown or elongated nose. This is the key physical anomaly claimed to indicate a high brief heat. Some researchers claim a temporary heat source is only the cause. This is precisely what the microwave hypothesis is intended to explain. The focus microwave radiation causes internal heating, which forces a node to stretch or burst. Speed and scale. Hard to explain how massive detailed patterns appear in one night without leaving noticeable tracks. But if you notice, a lot of them actually, the fields have tractor tracks through them as the farmers go through it. And so they just walk down the tractor damage to do the crop circles from within without leaving any footprints or obvious man pushing down the crops to get to the middle to do it, right? You ever look at all the crop circles, they've always got tractor lines through it. So let's just bring up some. Let's see, we'll just do that first. Often you'll see tractor lines like these down here, right? Going through it. Tractor lines, see where the wheels are. So you just need to walk down one of those and work out where you're going to start it from. All of them have got it, right? Tractor lines going through. That one's centered on it, even. That one's, they've centered it slightly off. But you can see they've always got tractor lines, which is a key thing for crop circles. So you can find a crop circle that hasn't got any tractor lines going through it. And even that one's got tractor lines going through it. That's a complex one there, right? The tractor lines actually ruin it. And you got tractor lines, you can see how they turn around. But they try and minimize the damage, so they keep using the same tractor lines. Dun 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 dun. Tractor lines on everything. I don't think I've ever seen one that hasn't. Now this one here was a ad, and Linda Moulton Howe got caught on this one. I think it was NVIDIA. They paid a farmer for his crop, and they said he can farm it later if he wants to, but they'll do some damage creating a crop circle in it. So they paid him off. And Linda Moulton Howe was saying, oh, it's ETs. Trying to work out what the design is. It's actually meant to be a microprocessor or something. Was it a GPU? Latest GPU back then? She got really caught out on it. So she would look like a complete idiot. But anyway, every crop circle's got tractor lines. That's why you don't see anything like that. Where do we get down to? In summary, okay, I've been through all that already. Natural effect of plant being flattened and struggling to regrow towards the light. So yeah, I think we're pretty much done here. So yeah, whenever you hear crop circles, there's still no really solid research done on them by the sounds of it, because there's no scientists in the field doing it, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, I'd like to see the microwave wand idea put to the test actually. So if someone had the same idea as me, this shows there must be other people that also thought about it as well. Now we probably can find some videos online talking about this AI stuff, as well as what we just talked about with the spheres and nodes. Yeah, yeah, you can believe whatever you want, mate. I don't care. Down bad productions, that's clearly out of the world. Well, there's been plenty of stuff online of crop makers coming out showing how it's made and all that sort of stuff. But how did the CPU one, NVIDIA, make theirs? Alright. Exactly the same as other ones we've seen around the world. And I've talked about Linda being caught out in that before. It never seems to go right when you've got a small window for some reason. Yeah, some complex designs. But, as I said, crop circles, some look crude. That one kind of looks crude there, really got up close. Let's see, crop circles, hoaxed, see what comes up, see what ones are hoaxed. Okay, made by Supernatural, the art of the hoax. So that one looks like it's quite complex. Mystery, another one there. We know that one was a publicity stunt. But how did they make it? I don't know. I don't think they filmed them making it. Let's try Crop Circle Hoaxers. See what we get for that one. So that one's come up again. The art of the hoax. So there they are using rope. So let's have a quick look at that one. Using a board. So which one, how did they make it? Does it look like it was made, or does it look as good as some of the complex ones? Let's have a look. Yeah, that must be the one they made, I guess. Looks kind of complex. Crop circles are seen by many. Here's the second pattern from 2009. Okay, it doesn't say they made that one. Okay. And what one they made and seen. Have we got any pictures from high up? Doesn't exactly say they made that one. Come on, magnify. We got no overhead snap. That's a bit disappointing, really. And let's just say in that one, I don't know, it doesn't say it's the one they made. That's no good. We want one that really proves what they made. I know there are articles out there. Let's have a look at that one. What's happened? Look, the page is dimmed. You got to pay to read this page, is it? Subscribe. Piss off. We don't want to subscribe. We just want to read it. There we go. No. I can't defeat it. You dirtbags. I did have a plug-in that actually solved that at one stage, but I think it had a picture there, didn't it? Now we can't get to it. That's what happens to those ones that want money. How about this one? That's the same guys. It looks like the same picture. Oh no, this one's got it as well. We want money, money. Give us money. How about that one there? Is that a hoax one? Yes, it's quite amazing, isn't it? It looks really good, that one. Going around in circles. Uh, 2001. Don't say whether it was hoaxed or not. But according to all skeptics, all of them are hoaxed. Made over the weekend. Doesn't say whether if the hoaxers come clean on it though. Yeah, let's see. There must be something here. Telegram. That one looked pretty complex. So what's it saying here? Crop Circle demystify how the patterns are created. So that's pretty complex, isn't it? Especially if you do it at night time. What's it say here? In the past, the best crop circles have attracted tourists. That sounds like a good way to make money, doesn't it? Oh no. They want the money. Go away. We do not want to pay. To continue. Can we get rid of it? I got rid of it all then. Stuff it. They make it so hard nowadays. Can't find about Hoaxers crop circles. There's a complex one. Looks like an Indian headdress. I hate this as well. No, looks like we're not going to find it. Doesn't matter. It's out there anyway. There's some examples of stuff like this made by humans. They don't like to call themselves hoaxers though. Makers maybe. Cropcirclemakers. What the hell is that one? Have returned. That one looks a bit cheap and nasty though, doesn't it? Maybe it's just an image. No. That one looks like orbits of planets. Saturn. Mexican. What's that one? Mexico. Professional crop circle maker talks about his latest work. Well, that looks pretty amateurish, doesn't it? We want a complex one. They've created crop circles in UK, US, New Zealand, Japan, across Europe, and now Mexico. In the early 90s, he founded circle makers. Okay, maybe that's where we need to look then. Circle makers. Let's have a look at their website. Still going? Oh man, that looks complex. August 2009. Oh, that's the one we looked at, wasn't it? With the little circles and circles and circles. So they're saying they created that one? I don't like their font. So what have we got over here? It's a horrible layout. New documents, case history, witnesses, Exhibit A. What's that doing? Oh, I don't think I can follow this site. It's too horrible. They got some clever webmaster. It's made it horrible. Case history, new documents, penetrations. What's that mean? Pupil. Right, okay. Russian conclusions. So there's a lot of reading here. So even crop circles have anomalies happen. Weird stuff happens. Amber Gambler. Well, I was making what was at the time the most ambitious crop circle ever. We were witness to a strange orange ball light. So even they see UFOs, right? Alien lights. Records several anomalies he and others witnessed whilst out making circles. So then again, it doesn't rule out seeing UFOs over crop circles. Maybe they're interested in see what humans are up to. Discussed how the inadvertently photographed a small white disc in 1990, and the negatives were subsequently analysed by ufologist Andy Collins. So yeah, you never know what you're going to find on this site. With the debunking crop circles makers saying they're making the crop circles, but then they also see UFOs. Photograph is one of a sequence of 3 taken in quick succession from the same spot. At slightly different exposures, an anomaly only appears in one, but they didn't see it with their eyes, though, by the sounds of it. Only appears in 1-3 photographs. Certainly that it is not an extra cloud. There are not time for a cloud to form and disperse. So it's probably just a bug or something. One 500 a second. Paranormal researcher Andy examined the negative and concluded that the white object hanging over the middle of a crop circle is neither a cloud, a flaw in the negative, an insect, or a fake. It remains unexplained. Only several days after the event, I created my first crop circle. Negatives were sent. How does he know it's not an insect? It doesn't give us enough information. Doesn't look like a UFO though. I thought they said it was a white disc. Looks like something flapping wings very fast going in this direction to me. Even 1/500 is not fast enough to see the wing flaps of an insect. You need like 1/5000. So it still ends up with motion blur. But anyway, so the seen orange lights, the captured things on camera. What else they got? 1 of 4 photographic anomalies photographed. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Yeah, that one's interesting. Not the best of images though, is it? And kind of looks like a disc, but it still could be an insect. So what are they saying here? Although it looks like it's got a slight coloration change in the middle there. Still, it doesn't look like it's got wings, this one, like the last one. So, what's the blurb on that one? Dorstester. Prompted me to take a sequence of photographs panning from north towards Maiden Castle. Returned to the same site later in the day. Returned 4 p.m. I witnessed another flash of light, this time from the south. Took another sequence of photographs, this time in the southeast. So he didn't actually see it with his eyes. He reckons he saw a flash, then took a picture. But if you see a flash, it's gone. Once throughout, the film showed a total of 4 anomalies, none of which were seen whilst photographed. Exposure 1/25 and 1/250 of a second. Isn't that just the same one, just cropped out? Where's all the images? Oh well. That one's a bit more interesting, I must admit, though. What's happened? Let me just sort out this mouse. Okay, got it. Okay, we looked at those ones. What's this one? What the hell is that? That looks strange, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides. With round bright ones, 6 bright dots and a single dot. So let's have a read about that one. The photographs on this page were taken on April 26, 1996 at Chilbolton Observatory. The following account describes conditions under which were taken the first time these photographs have been in public forum. I took this sequence of photographs 9 p.m. So it's not late at night. Doesn't look like a plasma orb, does it? Looks like a disc shape. Very weird, that one. After a pre-arranged meeting with a friend close to the observatory, we witnessed a luminous orb. I wouldn't say it was an orb. Consisting of 6 smaller red lights arranged around. Okay, so that's they're trying to say that's an orb in the middle with 6 running around the outside. What year was that again? 96. Bit early for LED balloons, isn't it? So that would have to be something else if it's not a alien craft of some sort. That would have to be like connected Chinese lanterns or something to do that. Which I doubt someone would be flying around that over dry crop fields, right? So it's a real stupid thing to do. Yellow, orange light which appeared in the sky above. The light moved slowly towards us, passing above the dish of the observatory, and then banked and began to move north, allowing a clear view of the configuration of lights underneath. It did not make any sort of sound. Short distance it disappeared, as if the lights had been turned off. The whole sighting lasted. So it's a bit early for drones as well, isn't it? Very interesting. I should have zoomed in that one because that one's really interesting. That image there. Could it be an RC toy? How would they fly it around though? They'd have to have eyes on it. So maybe that's why they got bright lights on it, so they can see where it is. Could be some sort of RC toy. I suppose you can't rule it out. But then again, wouldn't you hear the high scream of the motors? Yeah, I'll post a link to this because it's quite interesting anyway, but I think we looked at all those now. I want to. We're trying to find one they've made, right? I want a picture of a complex one they made. It must be here somewhere. Maybe I just can't figure out this horrible layout. Science movie. Yeah, that wasn't too bad movie actually. But oh, what's happened now? What else we got? A circle maker. Tilly saucer nest. UK TV viewers. Alright, electric. Now those early crop circles, that's like an old report there. The early crop circles were, they used to do a lot of that pagan rituals in middle of wheat fields, and they used to walk around circles and trample it down, right? So the early crop circles could be explained by human activity still. But maybe they saw lights in the sky too, right? And because that's the sort of thing a lot of the ancient people would be worshipping as gods or whatever. But yeah, I suppose if anyone can find on their page one they've made, let me know. I'll post a link to it. I assume that's one they've made. It's not really that complex. Another one, obviously English writing on it, but it's too close up. I suppose these are the ones that were made, so that must be it here then. Smiley face. Terminated. Another one they've done. But where's the really complex ones? There's finally we might have one. So what is it? What's this? We created this crop circle in Bali at Board Hilton in Wiltshire. It represents a biological virus and will be used in a French TV series. Okay, so that's one they confirmed they made. That looks pretty complex. So we found what we were after all. And this one here, are they saying they made that one too? It is a complex one. So what's this one? 3D cubes. design, which was discovered at Pagan Hill, is a fit-in finale for the year. So they're claiming this one and that one. Yeah, so I'd like to see the video of them making it. Is there any video links to them making it? But there you go. So they can do complex ones. We found what we're after eventually. What's that page there? Oh yeah, the Crop Circle one. I'll post a link to it anyway. Yeah, that took a long time, didn't it? Longer than I wanted to. How are we going for time? 2 hours. Okay, we're not doing too bad. Okay. Who we got out there? Fix in time. Those that colour are plasma. Not too sure what you're referring to. You're talking about that Crop Circle UFO. Okay, people down the side to shut up. Okay, examples by Crop Circle Makers, whatever they're called, and their own UFOs captured. Who would have thought we found that? That's quite interesting, isn't it? So there you go. It still doesn't discount aliens. But they certainly makes you wonder if some of them were mimicked by aliens, right? So if they see humans making it, maybe they're thinking, oh, maybe we can communicate back by making a crop circle. So we can't discount it completely 100%, can we? They may be trying to communicate back. But unless we've got every crop circle made that's documented as a hoax, how are we going to work out which ones haven't been claimed as hoaxes? So yeah, it's complicated. So who's out there? I've got 10 watching. Is Mike still around, or is he going to sleep? I think he's going to sleep. Wake up! So I think we can be done with the crop circles for now. So we can say a lot of the anomalies has not really been properly peer-reviewed by the sounds of it. I should actually reposted that one. But anyway, the magnetized spheres, if you have a read of that one, maybe just skim it, you can see how crazy the field is and how many liars there are in it. Okay, we've got this thing's like a long. Will it go? It might not go. See what it comes up with here. Yeah, that one's quite long. Probably peeled with cropped it off, probably. Yeah, it looks like it. Might not work on peeled. So basically what they said here on this page, just to wrap it up. According to BLT's Nancy Talbot, there are Pacific plant and soil anomalies consistently observed in crop circles. These are abnormalities presented in 3 so-called peer-reviewed scientific papers by W.C. Lindengood at ETAL. whatever that stands for, which includes several main observable anomalies. An additional observation involves the presence of 10-50 micron diameter magnesium ion sphericals. They spell it differently here. Determined by Lindengood and Burke to be meteoritic in nature, that were deposited on plant material and the soil in one field. Doesn't rule out that a meteorite exploded over the field, though, does it? Which hosted two separate crop circles in the early 90s. Magnetized meteoritic sphericals in or on the soil and on the plants of two. So that was on the, it wasn't actually in the plants, but on the plants. Yeah, I've got a drink. I just got really dry. Okay, crop circles were apparently like a heavy, gloopy glaze on the soil, and they remain in plant material from the crop circle formations. Quoting directly from their paper. Okay, I don't want to read all that out. Okay, they are of course referring only to two crop circles in the same field, where chronologist Peter Sierranianson blah 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 found this phenomenon. Then he makes a phenomenal claim at the end that is very difficult to hoax. I'm guessing that he meant getting the magnetized spherical material into the crop circle after it's made using a stomping board. Additionally, in the absence of any premise that the phenomenon could have been there prior to the addition of the crop circle, which is basically what I said about the meteorite exploding, which would be hot and probably would have been magnetized. Attributes it to a possible meteoric origin, especially as the incident was dated to within a few days of there you go. Perseid meteorite shower, which in 1919 produced some of the highest activity. Therefore, it's postulated by Lindengood and Bruce that the crop circles were formed. Deposits were distributed as a byproduct of the formation. A man-made circle given the presence of its meteoric deposits. Here are the facts. Firstly, I want to point out that the meteorite shower he mentions isn't unusual. Occurring within the Earth, passes nearly near the orbit of comets. Blah blah blah. 2-year showers with meteorite rates high enough to capture the attention of casual sky watcher. Secondly, the magnetic material was confined to localized dust-coated plant swirls or vortices, approximately half a meter in diameter within the two crop circles, some 16 meters apart, which makes one scratch one's head anyway. Lindengood assumes this was a function of the creation of the crop circle, and just ran with the concept for lack of better explanation. Argument, I mean. Here's what they saw as a poor picture. Indeed. But I think I could see like little circular things. And they're saying that it was magnetized, taken from this crop circle, and the magnetized, what? Was that the direction that the magnetized was going? Or was that where it was bent down direction? Probably the bent down direction. I'd say, yeah, bent down direction. Does it say there? No. Not to scour show layoff wheat crop. swirls approximately 15 meters diameter, blah blah blah, arrays extended from a small interior vortex containing plants with a adherent embedded magnetic material shown in 3 impact regions. So maybe it is magnetism direction. Now I don't know if they can tell if it came from this particular meteorite shower. He doesn't say. So this is where it all sort of breaks down, right? So you're here on these YouTube channels talking about the spheres and the crop circle, no mention of the meteorite shower. Decoded crop circles. Let's see what's out there. There's bound to be lots of videos on this. Quantum AI just encoded a fresh crop circle. Okay, is it that one? Maybe? Let's have a look. Beyond Discovery. Let's just play a wee bit of it under fair use and transformative. Let's see.
The intricate design cut into the Bavarian farm was discovered by a balloonist last week. The farmer who owns the land told a German news agency that he didn't make the circle.
In mid-July 2025, the quiet fields of Upper Bavaria briefly became the stage for a global headline thanks to a vast crop circle formation etched across nearly 5,000 square meters of wheat.
Now, if you imagine the crop circles as being, let's say you have a simple circle and you
okay, I don't know. Let's see here.
The sudden appearance of a crop circle. This latest formation emerged in a wheat field between Frieding and Rock.
Okay, we've just seen some of the crop circle makers, and that looks very similar to what they were doing.
For curious onlookers, amateur photographers, and those zahlreiche Schaulustiger, or numerous onlookers, gathering at the edge of the field to.
They're going to talk about spheres. I don't know. Okay. I was hoping we're going to find one that talked about the spheres. 1 month ago. Isn't it the same thing? It's not going to play.
Scientists are still baffled over the mystery of corn circles in fields in southern England. Anything from whirlwind...
That's an old video. Or is that still on 2025?
That were once invisible. However, what might those hidden layers reveal? Some researchers are already testing quantum AI in areas that affect everyday life. In cryptography, it's expected to challenge the codes that once seemed unbreakable, while helping design new forms of security.
Okay, so it looks like one that's using old footage mixed with new.
No hacker could crack. In medicine, scientists use it to model how molecules interact, speeding up the search for treatments that once took decades to.
Yeah, talking about quantum computers here, not really talking about the crop circles.
Are beginning to stack up, and with every step, they are closer to becoming usable tools, which
yeah, we want to know about crop circles, mate.
Creates the drama that pulls us deeper. An analogy can be found in
what's that got to do with crop circles?
Our everyday science. Now, we come to the biological angle. The plants themselves have stories written into them. Some accounts describe stalks bent, not broken, as though they were softened before being shaped. Soil samples have reportedly shown chemical variations, differences in mineral balance, even odd traces that don't match the surrounding earth. On their own, each of these details can be dismissed as rumor or error. Yet, if quantum AI could compare thousands of samples across decades, what would emerge?
But they haven't got the samples, though, have they?
Subtle shifts in plant cells, Patterns in soil chemistry? Would we finally see...
And different types of fertilizer used over the decades.
In the
Oh yeah, I thought it was going to mention the spheroids and that, but it hasn't. Yeah, let's try... Okay, what have we got here? Alien messages or human designs. 24. ABC Australia, January this year. Fields of Secrets. December 2024. It's probably going to talk about it in there, probably. The mystery of magnetized iron spheres. Well, we've been through that one. We just wanted a video that's talking about it. You can see how they spin it, right? The spin the information. Anyway, we can't spend too long on it. There's bound to be something out there. Great Mystery, June 2025. See, they're still going. Let's have a quick look at that one.
But I'm going to try every year in the summer in the UK, usually around August time, you get these incredible things called crop circles being formed. People have all sorts of suspicions as to where they come from. A lot of people like to think it's alien. A lot of things people talk about the energy of the earth and their powers, but since 2005 there's been over 380 recorded, so they still go on every year. It's not just...
Yeah, so we know about the crop circle makers. They organise every year to do it, don't they?
It's an old 70s thing or a 50s thing. And this is Wiltshire, and in Wiltshire down here they have the highest concentration of crop circles anywhere in the UK. But
because the crop circle maker lives there. Anyway, and they do it every year. Look how much there is on crop circles out there. Just goes on and on and on. But so yeah, what it means you're never ever going to make everybody believe that the crop circle makers confess to making them all worldwide, and they go around different countries as well to do it and set up new little groups, as was mentioned on that article, including New Zealand of all things. So there you go. Don't think I've seen a crop circle in New Zealand though. But yeah, we'll move on. I can't spend too long on that. However, as far as I know, I did ask Nancy. These microsphericals of magnetic island have only been found and documented properly once. So there's no repeatable evidence then. That one there is meant to represent a bar magnet apparently. It's pretty cool. Interesting reading. In case it disappears. Some of the points for you was highlighting the salient evidence that the so-called scientific paper written by Leningrad and left out clearly not for good scientific reasons rather than for their own reasons. The crop circle had been harvested. Nowhere in the paper does it tell you that the field had been combined before So Rinelson and his pals sampled it. So that means, again, farming equipment could leave the iron Weldon spheres in the process, right? Because those have big rotating bearings and things spinning around at front, sucking the wheat down and chopping it up. The crop circle had been harvested. Progeny tests. The claim had to have been done. Progeny tests. The flattened plants taken as whole after the combine had harvested everything standing, and most of the flattened crop areas, no doubt. Nothing new here. Already mentioned potential reasons for this in several posts. Energy dispersant spectroscopy only shows the presence of iron and oxygen only, suggesting a possible meteorite origin, especially as the incident was not accurately dated. This they concede, so they are guessing it is meteoric sources from absence of consistent iron inclusions in the chalky soil. They don't know the inputs to the crop by the farmer, though. Indeed, they never ask the farmers for a list of applications in any crop circle investigation. This is a scientific blunder. Anyway, the iron lines were introduced by the crop circle makers at the time of making the crop circles and Terence Maiden wind vortex style, which has been successfully hoaxed before. Robert even sent a sample of the filings for the express reason that they could analyze them and compare them to their samples. Of course, Levengood and colleagues ignored the package. So what they're saying, they tried to hoax it, replicate it, and compare it to their samples, and they didn't bother doing it. Okay. Thoughts of how the circles formed are usually postulated by hypothesis. The lack of transparency. Okay, to be fair, the claim that the circle makers hoaxed the circles could be a lie. However, Levengood and Burke ignore the concept completely in favor of paranormal. Lack of transparency. And it goes on and on. Conclusions. It would seem that Levengood and Burke had been duped. However, their unwillingness to actually test the filings in the bottle sent to them by Ivan, apparent fact that they returned it unopened, really does show a lack of scientific integrity. Now there we go. Did I post that one? Can't remember now. I'm doing good. Anyway, at least I tried to do some research on it. So if you hear people spouting about spent stems and sphericals, now you could explain it. There are down-to-earth explanations for both. When they board it with a young crop with the boards, it bends naturally because it's got moisture in the stems, and then it tries to regrow, and it creates these long stem joints in the process. But yeah, this is one thing that we didn't look up, is how to explain the blowouts. Exactly. Where's the AI thing? How the stem blowouts on crop circles said to be made from boredom only. Let's see what comes back on that one. That's an excellent question. That goes to the heart of the debate about the origin of crop circles. The term stem blowout and no lengthen often cited by believers called blah blah blah. Here is a breakdown of the claims. We want the debunker and the skeptical. Okay. No lengthening. Bending without breaking. Yeah, where's the blowouts? Where's the bit on the blowouts? Okay, and the no lengthening makes sense, but where's it talking about the blowouts? Oh, here we go. Small ruptured holes are sometimes found in the nodes. The argument this is claimed to be a result of rapid heating of internal moisture causing stems electrical destruction to expand and explode, similar to baking a potato bursting in a microwave. Yes. But if hoaxed, how are blowouts fought? Is it just going to repeat the same thing, is it? Believers, yeah, we know. Skeptics often two main counter arguments. Mechanical damage from compactation. Well, the main goal of using a board is to gently bend the stem. Some minor physical damage is inevitable, especially when pressure is applied to a very solid, moisture-rich node. This crushing force or a slight tear can weaken the tissue as the plant attempts to grow again. Internal pressure causes a small localized rupture. Okay, I suppose that sort of makes sense. Environmental degradation. Stems that have been flattened and left on the ground for days or weeks are subject to moisture, bacteria, insects, which can lead to localized decay or weakened that creates the small ruptures. I suppose insects could do it too, couldn't it, if it's bent down. Could the holes be made by insects also? Yes, insects could potentially make holes in the stems. Well, the blowout theory points posts a sudden internal thermal explosion. The appearance of small holes in stem or near nodes can be caused by common agricultural pests known as stem borers or insects. Larva caterpillars. So there you go. It's quite a good AI where you can sort of just throw things out there at it, and they can either say you're wrong or whatever. Okay, so I think we're done on crop circles. Running out of time on anything else. So we get onto the other stuff. So let's have a look. Mick West. This video has been identified by Flecky as International Space Station. I think this is the one that I looked at too and said it looked like a space station. That one was the blink in red as it's slowly moving across the sky within 3 minutes. Here is the... So Ryan Graves, it just shows he's clueless. You know, you should be able to plug in the video dates and times and actually work out whether it's International Space Station as well, instead of having some of these pseudo skeptics, as Gary Nolan and others call them, without any qualifications, can actually do it and solve it, right? Here's another video presumed of a same object captured by the same Leos. What's that? On Saturday 10th. What's a Leo? We're building the tools at safe aerospace for better attribute these objects. And what? International Space Station? Yeah, send them money so you can identify them. And you can see smartphone bullshit. Moving it up and down, you get long exposures, stretches. And we can't see which direction it's really moving. And now we've got a reference point there, tree tops. Once it gets to the tree tops, then we can see which way it's going. Looks like it's going diagonally down above treetop level there. And now he's moving the camera all over the place. There's trees, there's the trees. Now we can see, as long as he keeps it there, we've got a reference point. Now he's moving it all over the place. Makes it look like it stops and moves and stuff. Leave it alone. Keep it still. You ain't gonna keep it still. Yeah, you can see how slow it's moving. Now we've lost it. Yeah, let's zoom in. Where is it? Crappy smartphone, huh? But let's go back. Looks like it's disappeared over the horizon now. There we go. This is as close as we got to it. Hey, I'm moving the camera all over the place. So you can see it looks like white and red. Atmospherics there. And compression, video compression. And again, that looks like this, the space station, and it has been verified. And there's flaky even tools like in the sky are useful to check sightings like this. Encourage safe aerospace to become familiar with them. Talking about making a fool of you, and he's actually got a picture of it where it's on the star map at that location. Now people that film it should be using them as well. Well, there you go. Busted, and Ryan Gray's made to look like an idiot yet again. What was this one? Alright, talking about Secureteam's video last week. I checked it with AI as well, and I didn't have time to read it out, but here it is here. I asked it about can a bug on a telescope lens look brighter than Saturn? The answer was yes, a bug on telescope lens can appear much brighter than Saturn when viewed through an eyepiece. This is due, and that's because where they put the camera on the eyepiece to record it, same way. This is due to two primary optical and astronomical factors: proximity and illumination. The bug, extreme proximity. The bug, or even a tiny dust speck, resting directly on the objective lens, the large lens at the front, or the eyepiece lens, is incredibly close to your eye. The light reflecting off the bug is traveling only a few inches or feet before entering your eye. Direct illumination. If you're close observing at night, even faint ambient light, street lights, moonlight, or light sources behind you will illuminate the bug because it's so close. The amount of light collecting by your eye from the bug spread over the visible area resulted in a very high surface brightness. Out of focus. A bug on the lens will be widely out of focus when the telescope is focused on an astronomical object like Saturn. It will appear as a large, blurry, dark, or bright shadow smudge that fills a portion of the field of view. However, the sheer amount of light from the bright smudge can make it appear overwhelmingly bright compared to the distant planet. So what we saw was like 2 pixels or whatever it was, a really small bug, blurred out, and it was slightly brighter than Saturn was. Astronomical brightness. Saturn, distant Saturn's incredibly far away. Although it's huge, reflective planet, its light has travelled nearly 1 billion miles to reach your telescope, causing its light to be greatly diminished. Surface brightness versus integrated magnitude. Integrated magnitude is the total brightness of object as all the light were concentrated into a single star-like point. Saturn is relatively bright, often round magnitude plus 0.5 to plus 1. Surface brightness is the brightness per unit area, blah blah blah. Comparison. Since the bug is reflecting light from a very nearby source directly into the eyepiece and has immensely high surface brightness when viewed, satellite, despite its large integrated magnitude, has a low surface brightness, blah 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 blah. Okay, and it goes on and on and on. So I said here, will a small gnat fly appear walking across as a 2-pixel streak as brighter than Saturn? And it said yes. A small gnat walking across the telescope objective lens, the front element appearing as a 2-pixel streak on the sensor, will vastly brighter than the planet Saturn. So I asked it a different way, it came up with the same things basically. I think I asked it something else, whether it would be black. Maybe I missed it, but I asked it, would it be black or would it be alright, here we go. Wouldn't it appear dark rather than bright though? That's an excellent question and very common point of confusion. No, the gnat would still appear bright, a streak of light, not a dark shadow. Here's the explanation. The two sources of light. The key is to understand what the camera sensor is actually photographing. And it goes into all the technical side of it there. So yeah, I did check it with AI. So that there, which seemed brighter when it was over this side, is what we're talking about, that 2-pixel smudge there. So AI reckons it's a bug as well. I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it if you want. Now, because AI is not always right, you have to keep asking it different ways just to verify things. So, Secureteam 10 AI confirms net bug. Alright. So, a bit more complicated, isn't it? Science, science, science. That's why no one wants to hear about science. I just like to believe in UFOs. But in the process, we've actually confirmed that even hoaxers have seen UFOs. So that sort of suggests that there's more going on. And when people have seen orbs of light over crop circles, doesn't necessarily mean they're making them, because crop circles have seen them around the crop circles as well while making them. But it's still interesting, isn't it? Okay, this girl here that claims to be a Psionics UFO summoner and be able to read things without using their eyes, which is a load of crap, as you'll see. I think Charlie Weiser has figured her out. So apparently she appeared on this guy's show. Let's see, is it clipped?
So you want to demonstrate some of this stuff? We got your blindfolds.
So I have several.
I got one too. You brought me one too.
I have several blindfolds. They're all different. So these are all blackout masks.
Yeah, I can't see anything. It's completely black.
Yeah, so these are all different.
So the key here is this guy's got the mask on properly, but when she puts it on, she doesn't put it on properly.
Ones are all blackout. They block out all light.
No party tricks here. These things are literally like hard plastic blindfolds with tons of
So let's see how good
them.
I can do right now. Let me see if I can see behind me.
So she hasn't got it down fully, has she?
I'm just curious.
See that there? Look, she's got holes there. Look, that's meant to be coming over the top of your nose, right? She's got it in a way. She's got a little gap of light shining through. And if you have a look how he did it,
all different ones. They're all blackout. They block out all light.
No party tricks here. These things are literally like hard plastic blindfolds with tons of
So let's see how
on
good
them.
I can do right now. Let me see if I can see behind me.
okay.
So you want to demonstrate some of this stuff? We got.
Yeah.
So we just missed it again.
So I have several.
I got one too. You brought me one too.
I have several
Let me see if I
blindfolds.
can
They're
see.
all different.
See how he's putting it on there? He's got no gap either side of his nose, right?
So these are all blackout masks.
Yeah, I can't see
Now
anything. It's complete.
She does it.
Yes, what is this?
Look, see how she's got it on it, her head on the angle where the gap is. So she's looking at her peripheral vision here, and she's moving it back and forth.
Close something. Close.
Look how far she's moving it out as well.
Square?
Yep.
Okay. It confused me because I'm like, didn't I already see a square? Is this a closed triangle?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I thought.
Wow.
Again, I was like, did I see that already?
She's cheating. Look at it. You can see her looking through the eye here. The only way to do this test would be actually put tape on the eyelids as well, and then put the mask on and make sure it's over the nose properly. And let's see her repeat it. But apparently she gets caught out, right? He gets so she's got a little hole there. So she's tilting her head and trying to look through this way here. And he covers only on the first letter of the book here, which can only be so many words that have HAOS on the front after it.
Charles Manson.
You can read it through your fingers.
No.
She said it before you.
This behind your head, would you be able to see it?
Right now, not so good. I can see this one.
Anyway, he took some stills from it and talks about it here. And I think he's nailed her. Look at that, tilting the head back. So you can see through the gap. Caught you frame by frame. What's her name? Dalia. Tilts the head back to see how many fingers he's holding up. Okay, obviously I haven't got a picture of that. And then to read text, you can see the gaps down her nose left by the blue patches. Sure can. Producer is amazed that Dalia can readily I'm not sure what he's saying there. Can read the title through Danny's fingers, I think he means. Because her finger covers the C. Yeah, it's not too many combinations of that, is it? Look how she's still in the back reading the book cover. How stupid. She's a bullshitter. Kind of reminds me of Uri Geller. He used to fool people like that too. So here she couldn't do something because she's not holding it, and he's too far back. Maybe she was waving it this way. Producer wants Dalia to see the object that she's never seen before. She asks him to move it around because, of course, she does. She needs him to move it into peripheral vision. Is it blue? Is it green? Laugh out loud. She completely fails this test and blabbers news age speak to deflect. So she failed on that one. Is with Uri Geller. Yes, I just mentioned that. Can only successfully perform the test that she controls because she's cheating. Yeah, so this woman makes a lot of money doing courses to get people to go and learn how to be PSI or psychic readers. How gullible are you? The trainer of PSI abilities. Yeah. High face gap, low on face. Oh, it's dark. That's what I pointed out too. What else we got? Here's Geller refusing to even try when Johnny Carson provides the props. Yeah, he did too. That was a good clip. I remember how put off and all that were conned by this guy. James Randi, he's dead now.
Affinity for metal and his psychic abilities are well documented all over the world.
In the early...
Okay, I just want to skim all that.
On The Tonight Show, I got a call after they booked him to appear.
Now this guy was like a illusionist, magician guy. He lately become like a mainstream debunker and put up his own money that he made from his show business as a prize if anyone could prove they have the abilities. So he used to set up scientific experiments to see if they could pass them all, and then they could win the prize. But no one has so far claimed the prize because they all failed.
Johnny had been a magician himself and was skeptical. I was asked to help prevent any trickery.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
We We have only met...
This scares me.
This scares you? Well, this is just, we just got some things together here. And
I told them to provide their own props and not to let Geller or his people anywhere near them.
Also, one of our staff members did some drawings which have been sealed in an envelope, and I'd like you to take your own pace when you feel like you want to try anything. Right. Do you want to try that particular?
Just go on a bit. Come on.
Things together here. And
I told them to provide their own props and not to...
Well, we know this.
Experiment first?
When I'll feel free.
When
okay?
you... Sure.
We'll start eliminating the ones that do not have the water.
All right, without touching them.
He is really
so he's got containers and one's got water in it, I guess.
Suspicious, you know. I'm having a hard time with you.
Look, I don't mean to be, right? I really don't.
Just keep looking. Okay, let me rest a little, all right?
All right.
You know, I'm surprised because before this program, your producer came and he read me at least 40 questions you're going to ask me.
Well, I can ask you all kinds of questions.
Yeah, he's deflecting. He doesn't want to do it, does he? Yeah, he didn't do it.
Feel what, strong tonight?
I don't feel strong. It's not all...
Yeah, he's not going to do it. Anyway, there's a few of those videos out there, isn't there? Where he bends the spoons. And then they give him spoons that he can't bend. Anyway, done with that one. Anyone that claims to have psychic ability, I suppose, you always should be skeptical. But yeah, I just don't know how some of these mediums can pull out birth dates and names out of thin air when they're doing investigations. Unless they're cheating. And it's funny, if they were true mediums, you would have thought they would have gone for that $1 million prize with Randy's by proving it to them that they can talk to someone and pull their name out of thin air and stuff. I'm not sure what kind of experiment he would have to set up for that though. But anyway, the other news is this CBS put it up even. A burning object believed to have fallen from space was found at a mining site in rural Western Australia. Initial assessment indicate the item was made of carbon fibre and may be a composite overwrapped pressure vessel or rocket with aerospace components, the Western Australian Police Force said. Kind of looks weird, but a few shield channels are putting it out there as a UFO or alien that falls out of space, so I just thought I'd bring it up in case you've seen it. There's that nighttime mining site. Kind of looks like something crazy from space, doesn't it? Like a creature. But it's actually black strips of carbon fibre. Almost looks like that thing that boy was claiming was growing out of, you know, the fungus thing. Kind of looks a bit like that. Maybe he found a expelled space tank in the jungle. Started saying it was a space monster. And of course, I check it with AI, and AI says the same thing. But actually, someone actually filmed it coming down, I think. Or maybe it's another part of the SpaceX. There's a SpaceX. So maybe it fell off that bit. Oh, there it goes, disappeared all of a sudden. What the fuck, man? So yeah. So a piece of debris coming down, I suppose. And then it just burns up or slows up and just starts falling down. What the fuck? Okay, is it, what's it say underneath that one? I saw something very similar in Florida 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that's where they got launches happening for space, isn't it? SpaceX launched from there. Kind of looks like a rocket, doesn't it? It's got the cone shape happening. Atmospherics. And normally the launch in the early morning where there's no sun causing crazy weather changes. Or they do it late in the evening when the sun goes down. So that's the latest thing falling out the sky. Wouldn't want that to crash into your head, would you? More bullshit. It's on alert because of debris from it passing. So you've probably heard about Avi Loeb saying that aliens are coming. At the moment it's meant to have a reverse tower going. And he's saying it's slowing down. It's got the boosters on. So apparently NASA group launches defense probe to protect Earth from man-sized comets. NASA hasn't launched any probe to protect Earth from Atlas per NASA Planetary Defense blog. The comet possesses no threat and will pass safely 150 plus million miles. Current efforts are standard scientific observation, not defense. Yes, I suppose like all comets, they produce meteorites, right? They come up, create meteorite showers. That's where the yearly ones happen. I don't know what months it happens, the meteorite showers. It's normally because it's debris from comets like this that passes by, and they just circle around in orbits for a year, where they were passing the sun and close to Earth, so that every year more debris comes down. It's a good question though. So let's just ask the IO about it. How many meteor showers from comets that passed by Earth or Sun, I suppose. Most meteorite showers on Earth experience are caused by debris left behind by comets that have passed near the Sun. While there are over 100 estimated meteorite showers, a different precise number that can be attributed only to comets is difficult to state, as some meteorite showers have unconfirmed or multiple potential parent bodies, including asteroids. Many major showers from comets, the vast majority of the prominent annual meteorite showers are definitely linked to comets. The Perseids, is that you say that, from comet 1009, we read that one before, the Swift Tunnel, I suppose that's the name of the people. The Onionoids and ETA accurate are both the comments. Haley, there you go. Twice a year. Passes through its debris twice a year. Linoids are from comet 55b. And asteroids are parent bodies. One notable exception is Gemini AI. New discoveries, of course. Now we've got the Atlas ones, so they'll be creating meteorite showers too, I say. So this defense probe stuff is nonsense. It's just a monitor, but I'd say they'd be on the alert too, in case the meteorite showers take out satellites, I guess. But yeah, I think Green Streak's posted some more today. There we go. Break-in! Harvard scientist Avi Loeb says 3i Atlas has suddenly grown a tail which could be the thrusters of an alien spaceship. Loeb, a UFO celebrity who is currently selling 2 alien books on Amazon, says this could be leading to a major event. And I think he's posted another one underneath. No, here it is here. Couple. Break-in. Harvard. Avi Loeb says Atlas has suddenly grown a tail. That's what he said above as well. Here we go. Hot off the press. Manhattan-sized space object has grown a tail. Okay. What he said already. Looks like he keeps repeating himself. Is this another one? Harvard scientists warns 3i Atlas comet could be an extraterrestrial Trojan horse whose presence has major implications for humanity. New York Post. Could mysterious Manhattan-sized comet be a black swan event? So what's the answer, Steve? What do you reckon? Bullshit is what I reckon. Every object in our solar system is using the gravity of the sun to change speed and trajectory. It's called Kepler's laws. So it's Kepler's laws that could be powering the alien spacecraft. Fear-mongering bullshit, I said. Grok. Is this claim of this post legit? The claim is using the sun's gravity to change speed. Just like Grok, and then replied, did it? I said it. The claim misrepresents basic orbital mechanics. Every international object, natural or artificial, uses sun's gravity. Tut tut, Avi Loeb. Eh? What was the other one? Want to go back to the other one. Thrusters. Okay, what did they say about that one? Madness, I said. Well, it was facing the opposite way to all previous seen comets, which defies the laws of physics. Then it flipped. I don't know if it did actually. It doesn't defy physics. It's not a comet we are familiar with. It has different constitutes because it's from another system. The particles coming off the object should be left behind, not go in front. Well, they're sort of exploding off the front, creating a forward tail, then they drift behind. So, found the Avi Loeb fanboy. There's plenty of them out there. There's a lot of people that seem to love him, including Third Phase. AV is destroying his reputation. I think he destroyed it years ago. Somebody is so jealous. Yeah, where's our money? We want money too. Local lobes. Comets have tails as they get closer to stars such as suns. There is no need for AV to put out such nonsense as proper in this alien craft nonsensical narrative. Did you get paid for saying his book is for sale? Yeah, you should get a commission for promoting. So other people saying he's creating bullshit as well, just like I have. The lump of rock, I have no scientific degree. Anyway, so that's the latest on the 3-Eye Atlas, just more bullshit. And of course, there's this one too. You might start to see this guy, the so-called Japanese-American scientist, KAKU, or whatever his name is, on videos, and it turns out to be they're all AI. So if you see him on various videos talking, it's all AI.
Wasn't supposed to reach Capitol Hill, but when data from 3-Eye Atlas revealed a surge of heat, magnetic interference,
so that's AI generated,
like
right?
Controlled energy pulse, NASA's internal channels froze, and Washington was alerted. Within hours, Congress called an emergency briefing.
So that's the problem with people managed to get hold of public voices and using AI programs. Yeah, that was meant to be banned, right? So you couldn't use other people's voices with software out there, but obviously some software out there where they don't care about morals of what it's used for. Normally you had to sign an NDA and stuff like that you're only going to use your voice to create like a secretary for your business. Those things that people are creating these fakes of Trump and famous people now saying all sorts of crazy things. It makes it really hard for people like us to debunk it. But there are some clues, right? You don't get this Japanese scientist guy saying anything crazy about like Avi Loeb has been saying that it's a spacecraft, because he's a real scientist that has to have it repeatable, replicate, you know. This video is one of many posted by numerous channels on YouTube that create AI generated videos of Dr. KAKU making false or unproven statements. This statement is 100% false, as 3-Eye Atlas has been observed increasing in speed by solar observatories. Yeah, so in this clip you're saying that it disappeared. So yeah, just watch out for those ones. Now AI is going to be a big problem. Actually, I'll post a link to it so you can have a listen to the whole thing if you want to see how they make it so believable. KAKU. Fake vids on Atlas and other topics probably. There we go. God, man. Time's flying. We've got another hour, have we? Okay. Getting there, though. We're getting there. So next week I've got a special guest coming on, if I can organise it, on UFOs in Brazil. So stay tuned for that one. That should be quite a good show. Okay, so what's this other stuff? Okay, that was the stuff we've yet to finish up on. But I got a few things here we can do. Okay, this crazy one here, UFO Mania. They've got the one that keeps putting out fake videos all the time. You can look at these things here, and they look like wax dolls that you can do time lapse with puppets. Like, they're not even moving. They look like wax statues, right? They can make it wax. Creepy music. Are they even moving yet? No. What's that in the front here? Looks like mannequins. Even looks like a joint in the arm there, right? Unbleaking visitor humanoid figures. This is absolutely crap. This one gives me the creeps. Yeah, and the music does, that's for sure. What's the most credible case of alien creatures or visiting someone's home? Well, Out There Channel has got it. 1955 Kelly Hopkins-Well encounter in Kentucky. I think that most beings that we consider grey aliens are created by man and modern state of biological scientists, including cloning. Yeah, don't think so. I have a couple on my YouTube home tab. See, live 35, I think it was. Thanks for that. I had an experience when I was younger and hate that I have zero proof of other than my story. I was skeptical too, but interested in UFOs as so many friends had seen them. But it wasn't until I started my own channel to expose the junk stuff that I too had an experience. That changed my worldview. One visit from Grays. My experience was in the house that I grew up in. I heard a sound and went to investigate, and something or someone, blue I think he means, green skin. Sounds a bit like a Corey Goods made up thing, doesn't it? About my height, was wearing my clothes, walking up the stairs to the top of the floor. I chased after, and their speed was solid blue. So I don't know anything about this Nick guy, whether he's a heavy pot smoker or whatever. But if you're a kid, you wouldn't be smoking. But it doesn't mean you don't hallucinate, though, does it? That's the only problem. So, yeah, the thing about the blue skin, though, I suppose greys are greys, right? But like elephant skin, but they can wear clothing, single piece clothing, which could be various colours. On Mojo's video, they're wearing obviously black ones that absorb light. But when they visited me in the bedroom, their ones were sort of like glowing with light. So they could see what they were doing. So they could be any colour. Maybe they can just choose what colour their outfit needs to be to blend in. Or whatever. Fashion. Maybe Grays have some fashion sense. I don't know. This is not aliens you experience here by the sounds. So he saw what he saw was someone in that looked like him wearing a green skin or something. My height was wearing my clothes, which kind of sounds strange. Walking up the stairs. So to me, that sounded like what I was talking about, the multiverse. So I had to mention that to him. You know how you got portals that open up. What he was seeing was someone like himself, but in an alternate universe that saw through like a portal. Probably wearing some sort of similar clothes to him, because it is like him, same DNA and stuff. The green screen could be explained because it's a portal, so they're not actually seeing the right colours. So yeah, so I gave him a link to my multiverse idea, which is that one there. Let's see, let's just play it quickly and have a refresh. I think it was my first explanation. I sort of developed it as I went on to back to the base. So I'm talking about time slips here, but I'm talking about how you got multiverses, some grow inside others. So this is the first universe, and these are our universe, and these are other multiverses that have like connection portals between, and they're at different ages. So this could be the oldest universe, which would have the alien greys in it, and ours would be here, which has the humans in it, and these ones could have the tall whites in it, and this one could have another Earth-like planet like ours. I think all of them have the same Earth-like planets, and somehow they're connected, and they're at different ages, and they could have a similar DNA. So you have your own double or triple or quad gangers, right? So you could be swapped out, and they could be put in your place, and no one would know the difference. But to them, your personality might slightly change, right? But anyway, if you're not seeing the episode, I'll just post a link to it, and you can have a watch of it. But I don't know if he subbed to me or not, or anything like that, but you know, I try to discuss with people, even if I don't really understand what they witness entirely. I say, well, I had the similar experiences, this is what information I got from them, blah blah blah, and then it might relate to theirs, you know. I just call it the multiverse, and double gangers or whatever. Double gangers. Because if it was Alien Grace, you would see Alien Grey. What he was explaining there sounded nothing like Alien Grey. That's why I had to mention about the multiverse idea. Well, a friend of mine, when he arrived to hang out, looked white as a ghost and went, "Dude, what the F is with the ribs in your driveway?" Saying that 3 white orbs were floating in front of his truck. Basketball size. Now, we're often talking about the orbs being something to do with how the portals form, right, between the multiverses. So again, it sounds to me like he's got a portal connection happening around his property there, and he's seeing what he thinks is himself when it's actually his double or triple or whatever. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up on that one. These are like the discussions that we have on X from time to time. We got some science news on AI here. So Nvidia went to Elon Musk, personally delivered the world's smallest AI supercomputer. DGX spec highlights 1 petaflop of performance in a desktop-sized box. 128 gigabyte unified memory can run modules with 200 billion parameters. So what's 1 petaflops? 1 petaflop, I don't know. How do you explain it? Floating point operations is called flops. Measure of computer performance. 1 petaflop is equal to we know it's 1 by, oh god, that's a lot of zeros. Million, billion, trillion, 1,000 trillion. 1 quadrillion they call it. 2008 marked the first year supercomputer was able to break what was called the petaflops barrier. The IBM Roadrunner shocked the world with astonishing. So this used to be machines that used to fill whole floors of high-rise buildings, right? Now it can fit inside your hand to do the same thing. So it makes you wonder what the new supercomputers are. I wonder if we can find out. It's probably top secret. How fast supercomputers in 2025. As of June 2025, the United States El Capitan is the most powerful supercomputer, reaching, there you go, 1742 petaflops. Extaplops on the link pick. So that's equivalent to almost 2,000 of what Elon Musk was just handed. That's just crazy. Let's have a look. So yeah, what could they do with that thing? Break crypto, maybe? $600 million cost. Is that all? It takes up 7,500 square feet, or 700 meters of floor space. So yeah, I wonder what you could do if you just hook up as your desktop computer then. You could do anything on it. You could stream, do video processing, AI, do the whole shebang. Department of Energies, not defense or military then. Okay, so let's find out then. What supercomputers used for? Okay. Let's see what AI comes up with. Complex calculations, simulations, and data analysis in fields like scientific research, artificial intelligence, weather forecasting. I thought that would come up. and drug development. They're essential for tasks that require processing massive amounts of data. Incredible complex models. Climate and weather forecasts, astrophysics, genomics. Artificial intelligence, drug development, molecular modeling. You think they should be able to cure most of the ills of the world then? I suppose it's going to happen sometime. So there you go. A desktop computer with equivalent to 1/2000th of a supercomputer. And then here's a video of them doing it.
How's it going? Good, how's it going? Is this your office? This is the rocket factory, the SpaceX rocket factory in Starbase, Texas. I want everybody in the world to hear that you said I build bigger things than you do. You do. The data centers are very enormous. It all started in 2016. I announced the world's first AI supercomputer,
DGX.
The DGX-1.
The most advanced computer that anyone has ever built.
It was just crickets.
Crickets.
Except for one person.
Got damn music on it. Hopefully I don't get caught by it.
Idea.
So I built.
Okay, so fun fact about Elon Musk. So this was also attached to the video. I thought I'd play this because it's quite good. Hopefully it's not got copyright music in it.
When you look at Elon Musk, he seems like insane and chaotic from the outside. Why does he have the
It has some music there, but we'll just be careful.
boring company? That doesn't make any sense. He's drilling all these tunnels underground. Why would he do that? Well, if he wants to go to Mars,
If he wants to get to Mars, he's going to drill holes.
humans aren't going to live on the surface of Mars. They're going to live underground. So you're going to have to build massive tunnel complexes underground. Well,
yeah, that's true.
why does he have a solar company? You know, he's going to have to be
He's going to use electricity to make methane fuel for his rockets, I believe.
pretty good at building power plants. Right? So why don't you build large solar fields? Because there's no real estate problems on Mars. So you can build like a 5-mile solar field on Mars.
Yeah. Electric everything on Mars, electric vehicles.
If you wanted. Why is he building a robotics company? Why does he have all these Tesla bots?
So you can send them in space and do what man doesn't want to do, I suppose.
You're not going to have 5 million humans show up overnight, but you can ship millions of robots ahead of time and use them as your labor force.
Yep, they could.
To help build up everything, and they don't need atmosphere or any of these other things. Why does he have an AI company? Well, you need some sort of intelligence to coordinate and run and terraform the planet. Why does he need a battery-powered car company? Because you're not going to be running internal combustion engines. There's no fossil fuels to consume
But they can make methane, can't they?
On Mars, so you need battery-powered cars to be able to drive them around. So it's actually...
So yeah, everything Elon's doing, it's all for one goal, really, isn't it? So there you go. Thought that was pretty good. So yeah, looks like we're going to run out of time to do these other guys, but they've been posting crap as usual, you know, this stuff here. Fast white silicon UFO, that always ends up being a plane, doesn't it? But anyway, we'll probably go over them sometime. Third phase, garbage videos, what they've been up to lately. Look at the stupid thumbnails with the big red arrows, right? The world needs to watch this. Needs to watch their models and hoaxes, yeah. Whistleblower murder at Area 51. Yeah, right. These UFO videos will blow you the F away. It's just garbage, isn't it? So anyway, we'll definitely have some time to go over it at some stage. But yes, I want to just read that out here about the GeoPort. But I need to go to the toilet, so I might just kick it off and then come back. But it might go wrong. Just finish off the GeoPort stuff and see what we got left after that, and then maybe wrap up for the day. But yeah, we did some UFO stuff with the crop circles at least. But yeah, some shows are going to be less interesting than others, I know. But we need to get through it and also make sure we're on top of the stuff recycling out there all the time. Okay, let's see what this one talks about. Is that A? Yeah.
The GeoBox and GeoPort from Paranormal Lockdown, the world's best spirit
I'll
boxes.
just be back in a minute.
George Brown is the creator of the GeoBox Spirit Box, and latterly the GeoPort Spirit Communication Device, both of which have been used by Nick Groff and Katrina Weidman on Season 2 of Paranormal Lockdown. The boxes are used for spirit communication and have picked up all sorts of messages in the past, with vast improvements made in recent months after George moved from old-school parts to state-of-the-art technology to make his creations. George has been a believer in the spirit world since he was a child, and invented his boxes because he wanted to create a way to pick up voices from the other side. Monsters and critics spoke to him to find out more about his remarkable inventions, as well as his work with Nick and Katrina on Paranormal Lockdown. Monsters and critics, hi, George. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, your background, etc., and how you got into the paranormal? George Brown, I'm from Toledo, Ohio, and have lived in the area since birth. One of the few common interests that brought my parents and myself together was paranormal documentaries. Having a ghost in the house was something I took for granted. So many things happened we kind of just figured it was normal. My parents had numerous stories of our deceased family paying friendly visits and looking out for us. If only I had a nickel for every time my mom said, "That was your guardian angel looking out for you." My parents even made a pact that whoever passed first, the other would drop in just once to confirm things are okay on the other side. Like Houdini did. I was the kid that was taking toys apart and building new things from the mess. I was the artist type too, always drawing and creating things. I thought I had invented the touchless faucet as a teen in the 1980s, but then found out it was already patented. I enrolled in electrical and mechanical engineering and became an engineer. After money ran out 2 years into my degree, I also became an Air Force electrical systems specialist, then returned for my BSc engineering degree. I've enjoyed paranormal documentaries since the 1970s, and I'm also intrigued by mediums/sensitives. I always believed they could help solve crimes. Seeing the shows document sincere reports of their paranormal experiences on TV, and having occasionally experienced it at home, I knew there was something real happening, and I thought more should be done to try and understand the paranormal realm. It wasn't until my early 30s that I actually purchased my first EMF, electromagnetic field, detector. It had a big blinking red light that alerted you to the EMF fluctuations, and I remember thinking that the blinks on the light seemed to be patterned like speech and wondered if I could develop a way to understand it as verbal communication. MNC, you feature on the Belair House episode of Paranormal Lockdown, Season 2, Episode 6. How did you get to know Nick Groff and Katrina Weidman from the show, and what's it like working with them? GB, I had offered a few boxes for sale, and the effectiveness of the box was publicized over YouTube by the well-known paranormal researcher Steve Huff. Steve had purchased a box of his own. Nick saw Steve's non-biased review of the GeoBox and called me up to discuss. Nick and I shared a lot of values relating to respect for the departed and 100% real evidence reporting. Since we were both in tune with each other's goals for paranormal research, I decided to build a box for the show. The first time I met Nick and Katrina in person was on the show, at Belair House. They were very polite and friendly and explained to me and Steve, who also appeared, some of the things that had happened inside the house. Their sincerity showed through, and it was obvious to me that they were sincere believers in the investigation. Overall, the investigation was a very good experience, and I felt like I had known them forever. I'm really hoping to appear to assist in another investigation, maybe next season. MNC, how many times have they used your devices, and have they been used on any other TV shows? GB, currently Paranormal Lockdown is the only show using a geobox. Nearly every episode in Season 2 has used at least one of my devices.
Now, the spirit boxes didn't have the echo on it, right? So the ghost box spirit boxes, standard ones, just tunes into a radio. Well, accidentally tunes into radio frequencies because they're across the spectrum. And it just goes, it scans for, you know, it has a scanner, it goes, tries to lock onto radio shows. Well, what they do is they have the scanner always scanning. And then so it chops it every so many seconds, moving the frequency dial basically, and you hear it as it's doing it through the speaker. So now, as we found out with the GeoPort, a slightly different variation where it puts in EMF modulation as well as transmits the amplified signal from the radio across to another receiver midstream, using probably just a standard frequency probably inside the circuitry. That's his design, the original inventor design. Not all of them do that. They don't retransmit and receive it. So you hear the echo and certain words come through that are not echoed, which is kind of interesting. But my question is, could a radio transmitter on that same frequency be used to create a fake? And I think it's very possible. And the only way you would be able to solve that is put it into a Faraday cage, and if it still starts talking, then that is truly paranormal then, because it shouldn't happen. Now, on that show that I talked about, the ones with more scientific view on paranormal investigation, the Haunted Discoveries, they had the scientists with them, where they were using one of these boxes as well as EMF meters inside basically a Faraday cage, because the prison had like these bars all around it, and they were picking up EMF spikes, which shouldn't really happen because basically it's in a Faraday cage. So the scientists couldn't explain that. So maybe there's something in this, you know. So just keep on reading it.
Devices. I have built 5 separate devices.
Alright, so yeah, the devices are now used on various shows. But the echo box is only one I've used, is where she's on another show called what was it now? Portals to Hell, which is with Jack Osborne, Ozzy Osbourne's son. But the regular ghost box without the echo are used pretty much by everybody now. So
devices. 3 of these are communication devices. In all, they have put in use a full-size GeoBox hybrid device, a handheld GeoBox, a new digital GeoPort device, and infrasound generating and detecting devices. MNC, could you tell us a little bit about the GeoBox Spirit Box, how you came up with the idea, how it's created and what it does? GB, the complete GeoBox design came to me while I was in a hospital waiting room awaiting my sister's high-risk surgery. I ordered the parts for the first GeoBox on the spot in the waiting room. The GeoBox device scans radio and converts this and electromagnetic and vibrational waves to audio. The sound comes in first through the scanning radio, then the EMF circuit and reverb device allows modulation of the source input by fluctuating electromagnetic fields and vibrations. These are then output as amplified sound. With no spirit interactions, the device will produce nothing but radio bleed, recognizable by hearing things such as commercials and baseball broadcasts. But when the input is being modulated by unseen intelligence, the results are quite different. You find yourself getting answers to questions, requests for help, even full sentence responses. To add validation to the results of the box, there are some replies that cannot be attributed to radio. For instance, swearing is not allowed per the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, yet you will get F-bombs through the GeoBox.
That's quite interesting. So it does sort of discount the radio, doesn't it? But it doesn't discount there being a hoax with someone having a CB, like a walkie-talkie radio, I should say, rather than CB radio, walkie-talkie radio that all of these film crews use, and could be picking up their chatter, you know, saying, "If and so, get your equipment up here immediately," you know. So yeah, who's to know really? It hasn't been done in a Faraday cage, as far as I know.
GeoBox. Human voices are not sped up on the radio, but you will get super fast speech through the GeoBox that can only be understood properly when slowed down. Some sentences are
Yeah, so I don't know about the speed up, whether you could do it by faking it, but I suppose you could, couldn't you? You could just play back a tape recorder that allows you to play back stuff at faster speed and just retransmit it over the radio. But then again, that means it has to be faked, and means you have to listen to what the question is to reply to it too. So yeah, I'm still skeptical on this one, but there may be something in it. So we'll be sitting on a fence still on this one.
Started in one voice tonality, but changed to another as the sentence plays out. For example, a sentence, "I need you to help me please," might have a male voice saying, "I need you to," and a female finish the sentence with "help me please." There are theories for this, such as one spirit may not have the energy so another assists. Some of the most common phrases that come through the box are "help me," which is probably the most common, and "this works" or "it's working." The first box was completed and run on January 27th.
Sounds like a film crew in the background would be using those words, right? "Help me." What was the other ones they said? "This works." It's working. That sounds like a microphone test, you know. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, it's working." So yeah, kind of makes me more skeptical. Those are the most common ones.
January 27th, 2015. Before the GeoBox, it was the common practice to use white noise and much faster scanning radios called Frank's boxes. Responses from these methods usually consisted of single-word voices. The first GeoBox was getting full sentence replies, some even in the same voice tone. In addition to the many vocal responses captured from the GeoBox, it can also be observed from time to time while reviewing recorded video that physical manifestations occasionally appear while the box is running. MNC, could you talk us through the various improvements you've made to the box over the years? We notice there are various different versions and updates, the GeoBox 2, GeoBox 3, etc. GB. The first GeoBox was made for myself to help prove to myself that there really was life after death and maybe allow me to not worry about forever losing my loved ones. What I put into the first GeoBox was everything I though had a chance of working. The most recent GeoBox is essentially the same circuit as the first, only I have made great strides in improving the quality/durability of the device. The original used vintage parts and I've managed to assemble modern equivalents, allowing more boxes to be produced. It's always been a struggle to understand clearly and in real time the things that are being said through the GeoBox, so I've changed some of the old school electromechanical parts to state-of-the-art digital parts. This new device is named the GeoPort and is somewhat of a partnership between the technology one had used and that which Steve Huff has had success with.
Okay, Steve Huff, yeah. I was a bit suspect of that guy. So, GeoBox was the first one, they're saying, is it? And now the GeoPort is the refined version.
With, and thus gives credit to both the GeoBox and his portal.
I don't know
the
about
device is now clearer and easier to understand in real time without a need to replay the recorded session. MNC, what is the strangest / most interesting thing that you've picked up using one of your devices? GB, I have picked up dog barks, profanity, voices saying they love me, my name, friends' voices and names who have passed, spirits trying to lure me into buildings saying they need to talk with me. On one absolute sleet storm nasty cold day in the cemetery, I picked up a man busting a gut laughing after joking of how beautiful the day was. Upon requesting Elvis Presley, a loud voice said the king, and a perfect Elvis voice said what's happened. But the most interesting to me so far is that I picked up what I believe is the voice of Robin Williams as he and his entourage was heading to a seance. I heard and recorded Robin's voice saying, "Can Robin come?" among other things, and another voice who refers to him as Robin, and even a voice who says he was so close to making a major movie. In addition to the many vocal responses captured from the GeoBox, it can also be observed from time to time while reviewing recorded video that physical manifestations occasionally appear while the box is running. Usually orb-like, but once a face and hand popped up for a brief instance. All caught on video and shared on my YouTube. MNC, are there any other projects you're currently working on?
Oh, God.
GB, at the time my family is most important, but whatever spare time I can muster I devote to making and testing the
we need to look up his
GeoBox
YouTube channel
and
next.
sharing the results with the public.
Maybe I'll do that next week.
How can people find out more about you and the GeoBox
the week after the
GeoPort?
guest, I suppose.
I have a Facebook page called GeoBox Spirit Box, and I post all my videos on my YouTube channel.
I'll have a
I'm
look
planning
through it
to
and see
develop
what
a
I can
web
find.
page sometime this year.
If it's still available, of course. Well, there you go. That was quite interesting. So I want to see this hand that he's talking about, what's happening. But on one of the episodes of Jack Osbourne's she turns it down, not off, and suddenly it's talking again, like someone's turned the knob. You can only turn the knob to increase it, so I don't know if there's some internal circuitry that can do that, but that was quite an interesting episode. I can't remember which one it was now. But yeah, one of these is normally the volume knob, and one is the switch that turns it on and off, but this knob is only volume, not turn off, right? So that means something that's able to turn a knob with quite force. Means it's paranormal in that case. But yeah, we need to find his website and look at that next time, I think. Part 3 maybe. I'll keep that there to remind me. And this is another page talking about it also. Probably not as good. Is there anything extra on this one? I don't think so. EMF is basically talking about the same things. AM, FM, radio. Yes, so there's no really new there. And the cost of it. So yeah, don't need that one. But yeah, and you get videos like this talking about building them, and this one here is not really a GeoPort. It's a spirit box, but it's not like a normal one with the echo modulation added to it. If it'll play.
This shower radio seemed ideal to me.
So he goes and looks for cheap parts to build his gadget with. And pulls it apart.
by simply cutting off or shortening out a particular pin on the main chip that keeps the radio remain in scan mode even if it has found a station. So other than a normal radio, it will scan through the frequencies over and over again. Anyway, I thought I could modify this radio by controlling the tune.
Yeah, but it turns out it's not got a chip, but it's analog, I think. I'll just have to pause it every so often.
Unfortunately, it came out that this radio has an analog tuning capacitor. With other words, I just threw out $14 for a radio that will not be usable for my purposes. After some research on Google, I found...
But he does end up using parts of it, amplifier and the speaker, I think. Anyway, he starts looking for other parts.
For building the advanced spirit box circuit. We need one amplifier with speaker. In my case, to not totally waste the shower radio, I will use the amp and speaker out of it. You get very cheap little 1 watt.
Yeah.
A TM1637.
So this is what he's bought. And then eventually he puts it all together into a breadboard, is what they call that there.
Information you find in the first part of. I said I am calling this device the
So he's showing where all the wires and parts go. So it looks like the circuit boards that he's bought are designed for a breadboard, so the pins actually insert into the holes. So you don't have to do much soldering, but it looks like you can just slide in the cables to join it all together.
From 75 to 1100 MHz. Additionally, I add a reverse switch to reverse. We can adjust the scan speed in all 3 functions. We first initialize all 100 on the display use.
So he's coding a little microprocessor to control it all. Which must be this board here, is it?
See the 3 modes: forward, random and reverse. Keep track of what cable belongs where.
And what's the finished product?
Of the ultimate ghost detector is finished.
There's that stupid music added to it. So you can see it's just like a scanning the radio frequencies. But it hasn't got modulation.
Simply change the speed with the speed knob and control the volume with the volume knob.
So he's not picking up many radio stations there. So yeah, you can find various projects online where you can buy the parts and follow along basically and build one. Or you can spend a couple of $100 on pre-built one, or thousands of dollars on this one here of the GeoPort method. Although this one's not using a transmitter and receiver according to that block diagram. But he does the same. And we're probably going to run out of time, aren't we? How are we going for time? We've got 7 minutes left, so Pill will drop off if I don't end it soon, but there you go, you can hear the radio channels. I don't think he's got it really loud though.
So we set the radio to sweep, just it's our noisy sweep box, so you're getting the constant radio. That's the design we've chosen to take and use for infrared.
So that guy builds and sells them, doesn't he? Do-it-yourself kits available, easy to build, but it's still not as good as what they use on those TV shows, as far as I can see.
So you're getting the constant radio. That's the design we've chosen to take and use. Getting the constant radio. That's the design we've just it's our noisy sweep box. So we set the radio to sweep. Just it's our noisy sweep box. So you're getting the constant radio.
So yeah, you list out all the things you can have to get for it. This scan and store ghost box sweep radio is not to be confused with many of the ITC devices found on eBay that are typically built around speaker radions and cheap radios, like the one we just saw. A lot of thought and time has been put into the ghost box kits to offer our customers a functional and unique design. FM radio module, pulse circuit, reverb module, amplifier, pulse switch, and speaker antenna. So there you go. So this one sounds more like what the GeoPort was doing. Solder and iron. We offer a range of additional circuits that can be added to your ghost box project. Tesla audio matrix. Whatever that is. RAM circuit. Proximity sensor, audible and LED. So that's a bit like that thing I've yet to demonstrate with the hands moving between the antennas, right? And you can play an instrument with it, sort of. But yeah, I'll have to get time to do it, learn it, because I still haven't had time to play around with it. But anyway, yeah, I'll post a link to that one. You can have a watch of it if you want, and see what else he's got there. Might be a cheap way to get a $30 ghost box made up. Okay, we're finished with that there. GeoPort. Do it yourself. Yeah, so if they build the whole thing in a Faraday cage, that would probably make it better, I would have thought. But then again, they might not get any ghost voices on it, and that sort of blows it, this paranormal thing apart. But if they did get something on it that's paranormal, that would probably really make it credible. Anyway, I think we'll leave it there for now, and we'll see if we can find more on that another time. Was there anything I was going to ask the Geo on AI about it? Oh, we could ask what the guy Steve Huff. Is Steve Huff credible with GeoPort ghost box? I don't know. I'll just try that, see what comes up. Doesn't even know who I'm talking about. Was it Stephen? Steve Huff's work with devices like GeoPort is highly debated topic in paranormal community among the general. Here is a breakdown. Positive view, self-assessment. Steve Huff states that he has dedicated his life to instrumental transcommunication (ITC) and creating devices like his later Wonderbox, which evolved from the GeoBox and Portal. He claims the evidence is real and that he has never faked a video. He explains he believes the spirits are not using radio frequencies alone, but are able to manipulate audio from the radio's apps and even his own voice to form messages. His work has garnered a significant following and other paranormal investigators, such as those in Paranormal Lockdown, Nick Groff, Catherine Weedman, that's what her last name was, have used his devices. Skeptics often question the validity of ghost boxes included in his devices, arguing that the voices are merely snippets of actual radio broadcasts that users interprets as meaningful. It's pointed out that the devices often scan rapidly through radio frequencies, and hearing actual speech from radio station is an obvious explanation for voices. Yeah, but if it's only a slice, like a millisecond of a frequency as it's changing, how's it across all bands? You're not going to have a radio station on every frequency range, are you? You have a certain frequency ranges, but not every frequency range. Else it would be stuttered, you know. You say and it wouldn't be like a full sentence. So yeah, I think the skeptics have to explain that a bit better. Some critics had produced videos aiming to debunk or explain how to fake the sessions, so the results are clearly not real. So you could fake it with like a walkie-talkie, which is what I'm saying. There's also sort of criticism regarding the methodology, particularly his videos where he claims to communicate with famous people like Robin Williams, suggesting he is exploiting personal tragedies and messages heard are simple snippets of news or tribute broadcasts that were airing at the time. In summary, Stefan is a prominent and influential figure in the field of ITC. So yeah, we need to check out some of his videos, and I'll do that at some stage. I'll just leave that there and wrap up for the day. And we go from there. So we're not quite finished with that topic yet. And we're not finished with third phase and some of the other shells out there. So we got plenty to go over still. And I probably will have to bookmark all those or save it and then create a new one for this guest we've got on Brazil UFOs coming up. It looks like didn't quite end the session before Pill dropped off, but we got there pretty close to it. So I'm going to say good night now, guys. Any last comments you want to say? Do it now. And forever hold your peace. Didn't think we got over 10 viewers today, though. We got some crazy things on the side chat today, though. Hey, we got 8 likes on YouTube, so a lot of people obviously too late in UK, maybe. So 4 went on their way, and we still got 4 listening back, and I think some of those might have fallen asleep though. Like Michael King, he'll wake up and find he's in front of his computer still. So yeah, if you liked it, just hit a like on the way out, and see you again next weekend, hopefully. And we'll catch up with more of the crap going on in ufology, I guess, after that, and more on this ghost box thing, which is probably one of the more interesting things invented for ghost hunting recently, I guess. Anyway, I better wind down. I need to get another drink. It's so dry here, it's summer now. And I got the fan going, which makes you more dry. And if your nose blocks up like it is as well. Never ending problems. Thanks for 7 new ones. It's gradually going up still. Keep listening. Don't be a total believer, always be a wee bit skeptical, but don't be so skeptical that you lose the plot. There's a lot of people with lots of misinformation out there. And a bit of round this off.